paddling in the pool of water that the other boats. You must always just look at the space in front of you. That's Kisley laying down the law. Here comes Kova. It's Kova, he's taking Campos on. Stroke by stroke, he's going past him. And he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
God, be calm, get in. Be calm, be calm, be calm. The Hungarians are away.
The South Africans are away, side by side.
But it's Hungary. Hungary take the initiative. Just a mass of quality paddling. See collision in the background.
World champ.
Look at that.
From
that's going to
Czech Republic.
That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing. Yeah. She can't believe it.
She's so happy.
Look to the back of Salty, and that was clean. That's perfect. Egan is going to get squeezed out. That is dangerously close to the edge.
It is McGregor! It is McGregor! No one has given up. Portage is hanging on. Alonso is hanging on. Gold medalist Hank McGregor, South Africa! Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the European Canoe Marathon Championships in wonderful Pontevedra, Spain. My name is Stefan Gustafsson, and me and Ivan Lawler will guide you through this event. And today we do have K2 women and C2 men, starting within 10 minutes. The conditions here on the Pontevedra River today is a little bit windy, temperature about 25, and tide is coming in currently. A little bit windy. What do you think, Ivan? Will this interfere with the race?
I don't think there's enough to interfere with the race, and because it's so late in the day, because we're dictated to by the tides, it's really warm today, so maybe the wind will be a welcome cooling system for the guys today. Tide's quite low at the moment, still coming in, which means it's moving. When you get your map up later, it's moving from left to right at the moment. The wind's going against the tide as it stands now, so waves won't pick up when the tide stops coming in. So I think it'll be okay.
And it is an interesting course, a very fair course, I must say. It's no advantages on any sides, and it's a traditional river race, but not much flow of the water. A little bit down here when the tide is coming in, but not difficult.
We've got the start list up there. That's the whole race, 11 boats in the senior women's K2. It's hard, Stefan, to look beyond Barra and Che today after yesterday's performance.
Absolutely so. Renata Shea was really showing strength yesterday after the final portage. She were paddling together with her teammate Vanda Kisley, and they were in the lead with about 2 minutes already at that stage, with 3.6 kilometer more to go, disappearing here from our view, and then she just increased the speed and left Vanda Kisley behind. It was incredible.
I mean, you've already left the rest of the field behind by 2 minutes. You're just with the one athlete who can deal with that, and then you leave them behind when you want to. It's hard to see what anyone can do with her this afternoon.
Exactly, and Renata Shea and Alexandra Barra have done so much together over the years, and also won the World Championships last year. Yeah, it's as you say, they must carry the burden of being the ones we trust for winning today.
Last year, though, we say that Cicali and Alberti ran them to within millimetres on the finish line, and that was a surprise to everyone. This year, Cicali's not paddling with Alberti; she's paddling with her sister. I don't know who's best on paper, or whether they're doing that because Alberti's not paddling this year. If they're doing it because the boat's faster, maybe they're in with a chance.
Yeah, absolutely so. And these sisters from Italy have been doing marathons together in K2 before. They have been around for a while. So it will be very interesting to see them together here today as well. Also the Czechish team with Anna Kosiskova and Lenka Krochova. Anna Kosiskova, who have done sprint mostly this spring. She is racing together with Lenka Krochova, and they also have had medals in several championships before. So they will also absolutely be there at the top, I think.
Well, they were second last year, and Kosiskova was saying she only arrived here the day before yesterday's race from a competition in Moscow. Travel's not the best preparation for anything, I don't think, and maybe another day being here, maybe she'll be a bit better today.
She's one of these athletes that does everything in canoeing. She does surf ski racing and marathon racing and sprint racing, and really enjoy the full scale of canoeing.
You see her face yesterday. She enjoys what she does, and she loves what she does. You know, the emotion she showed when she won last year, I think, pretty much touched everyone who saw it. You know, you felt for her. She was that genuine about it. That
absolutely.
She won herself a lot of fans this time last year, or in Jura last year. So,
a wonderful person and a good representative for the sport of canoeing, as many of these youngsters are coming up into the sport now. So Czech Republic team with the very experienced Lenka Krochova and Anna Kosiskova will definitely be there at the top, together with Hungary, Alexandra Bara and Renata Shea, Italy, Stefania and Susanna Cicali. What else do we have here? What else do we have here, do you think?
So we've got Broughton and Lampf. They're always there or thereabouts. Top speed, I think they're always caught for top speed, but if they get into the group from the start and they're with the race after one lap, then I think they need to be considered as a contender. If they don't make the break, like Lizzie didn't make the break yesterday, then there's no way back for her, I don't think, with women of this quality in the field. Of course, you've got a second Hungarian crew, Braun and Peter. Braun, for the last couple of years, has paddled with Misko, who we saw racing previously. And so she's paddling now with Peter instead. We don't know how that will go, but they've both been international successes in their own right before today.
Absolutely,
so can't write them off.
We saw Misko in under 23 doing a great job, especially at the first stage of that race. Coming back to the UK team, Broughton and Lamp. They are really endurant paddlers, and they have a number of fourth positions and are, of course, eager to get a medal here today as well.
And top of the list also, Massages and Arquero. Yeah, Massages didn't have a great race yesterday in the K1, and very often when you see someone have a bad race, they come out the next day with a little bit more fire and a little bit more anger.
Yeah, remember Renata Shea last year in Györ when
Exactly
she was
that,
beaten
yep.
for the first time in many years, and then came back the day after and just
destroyed
yeah,
the
just
K2 race. Yeah.
destroyed it.
And maybe we'll see that with Alonso this afternoon with his
Yeah.
new partner. I mean, there's a lot to look forward to today.
It is. And then the French team, Amélie Kessler and Lucie Cochot. We don't know so much about them, but they have a new coach there, and we have seen the French team doing well during
The men
this
were good
championship.
yesterday. You had
Yeah.
two French K1s in the front group for a whole lap yesterday. Boulanger lasted for 2 laps before they got the better of him, and that was only on one of the portages where he came up short. So yeah, the French team are on the move, it seems.
And
Lise Brooks again today.
yes.
So
Her second, also for her, the second marathon in 2 days, racing with Roos Brox. Brox is a big canoeing family in Belgium.
almost a dynasty there,
Yeah.
Stefan. And that's true in a lot of the smaller countries. You know, the canoeing genes handed down from year to year. Canoeing's available to them, and those families stay in the sport. I mean, my family's a family like that in Great Britain. You know, my uncle went to Olympic Games in '64 and '68, and even maybe '60 as well. Tokyo, Mexico, and Rome. And
That's how it is. My father-in-law won the Sella River 1958. So
right, so you go even further back. So yeah, and I think that's testament to the sport. Really, it appeals to a lot of people.
Yeah.
Once you're in it, it's
youngsters
very hard
go
to get
around
out of it.
with their parents on international events and create friendships.
Yep.
All over the world already at young ages, and these kind of friendships remain, and that is the beauty of a sport like canoeing.
With it being such a small sport, you know, it not only runs in your own family, but you feel part of the entire family. You know, you come here. I've come here years after I competed, and you know so many of the coaches now who used to be your competitors. You know the management. You know some of the athletes still.
And have friends all over the world. And then Portugal, Joana Sousa and Joana Marinho also racing here today, both numbers 611. And Portuguese canoeing has developed a lot over the years.
Well, we saw them take the men's gold yesterday with Ramalho for the 4th time. There's a lot of canoeing motivation in Portugal. I know they're running a good system there. A lot of the boat producers come from Portugal as well. It's a big culture of canoe racing there.
And of course, the second Spanish crew, Stefania Fernandez and Nuria Viles. We have seen them around quite a lot as well before, and they are on their home turf here in Spain now for this event. So they will definitely try their best to be among the top as well. Great support from the local public here. They will have.
It was big crowds yesterday, Stefan. Noisy crowds and crowds that knew what they were watching as well. They appreciated what they were seeing. It was
a fantastic race, the K1 race yesterday, and also a fantastic prize giving ceremony where Marchand proposed to his girlfriend from the podium.
No way.
It was really touching. First, they all took their kids up to the podium.
I saw that bit.
And then he embraced his chest, and he had a T-shirt proposing to his girlfriend there.
Fantastic.
Yeah, it was fantastic.
So I was
really
too keen to get back to the hotel, Stefan, and get my hair done, my makeup, get dressed for the cocktail party that we all went to last night. I need a lot of preparation for that sort of thing.
Man.
I was born for cocktails, and it didn't disappoint. An open air cocktail party with all the trimmings, canapes.
Also part of the friendship. But they are also, all the athletes, top athletes here, also good friends. They are competitors on the water, but really good friends after the races. So it was amazing to see that happen at the podium yesterday.
Okay, so as the girls come up to the line, First race of the day. These will be followed by the men's C2. And the men's C2 has all the usual contenders in, all the big guns from the World Championship last year. So the girls move in. So from the top, second down is Koziskova and Hirocheva. Expect them to be there. Third down from the top in the yellow boat is the mighty Renata Che and Alexandra Barra. Next to them, the two Sakali sisters. And then on this side of the course is the other Hungarian crew, Peter and Braun, two up from the bottom. And away they go. Going strong in the middle of your picture there is Villaci and Fernandez. That's the second Spanish crew. And they're making their way across to get to the side of Che and Barra, which will force the Italians into the V-wash. So Villaci and Fernandez, they make the front, but the Italians aren't backing off. That just wouldn't happen, I don't think, in the men's race. The Spanish did so well to get there and then blew it at the last minute. They didn't finish the job off. They should have closed the Italians out, and now they've missed that opportunity. Lamb from Broughton there in fourth place, just about clinging on.
Koziskova and Khrochova is dropping behind a little bit there, having some problems in the rough water, are choosing a route really close to the bank.
Faye Lamb's just done the right thing. She's tucked inside. She might be able to work her way up to the tail of the Italians, and then from there it's a big effort to get to the tail of the Hungarians, but for now she's doing the right thing. So Hungary, from Italy, from Spain, hopefully Great Britain are now level with Spain. There's the nose of the Great Britain boat, just in shot. Faye Lamp coming around the inside of the corner. If she can get to the Hungarian tail, her life will be an awful lot easier. She's going for it. And if they make this group, then they'll be proper contenders for this race.
Watch the speed. Watch the speed they are setting here. It's just these two girls that can keep such a speed.
Where's the Czechs, though, and the second Hungarians?
They are just off. The speed is tremendously high. Watch the frequency of the paddling, of the paddles of Barra and Che. It's low, it's controlled, and it's really, really fast.
I have to say this is great news for the Great Britain team. If we can just make it around that top turn, then that boat becomes very hard to drop through the rest of the race.
It's interesting to see Renate and Barra's tactic here today. They are going for it immediately and trying to break free.
She's certainly not scared.
Not at all.
So in the men's C1 online now, from the top, we have Vieira and Machado from Portugal, Campos and Sanchez from Spain. They're one of the big players. DeLuy and Dubsky, Czech Republic. Grana and Ferro below them. They're second in the world, second in Europe. Kova and Doce, first in both those events last year. Lelovic and Dory. Dory normally paddles with Schmidt, rather. So apologies for that. Oh.
And the start list here produced produced at the screen is the women, the K2 start list for women. So better listen to us than watching that start list that came up because that was wrong. This is C2 men.
So that's the two Spanish, Sanchez Campos and Grana Ferro, making their way to the front. Top of your screen, Vieira and Machado from Portugal. They seem to be able to latch on. And at the bottom of your screen, that's the Ukraine. They showed early on, but not finished the race as well so far at this championship.
And as we have seen before, Ukraine, good 1,000-meter paddlers, so try to keep up with the speed in the early stage of the race. But the big teams here is Spain, of course, Sanchez and Campos, Antonio Campos that won yesterday in an amazing race. And here's also Adam Doce and Martin Köver, who was second yesterday. He's racing together with his teammate Adam Doce. I think they will do all they can there in the white boat to keep up with the Spaniards. Also Portugal, Machado and Vieira. Portugal has a very good sea tradition, Canadian tradition as well. So, and they are there in their blue boat and red dresses on the left-hand side of Campos and Sanchez that is leading now.
So all the big players up at the front, plus Machado and Vieira. That group of 4 seemingly away, being chased down by the Poles, Bourgil and Portage. We saw Bourgil go round with behind the group earlier this week.
Poland is coming up as well. Poland also good sea paddlers, Mateusz Bourgil and Łukasz Piotr. And now Spain is taking a road very, very close to the bank, causing some problems for Portugal. Machado Vieira had to get in behind them instead, beside. That's all about marathon. All these tactics going on. Perfect position there is Hungary, the white shirts. No problems getting close to the bank. Watch this now, they are going very, very close. Close there to the bank.
It's like Poland have overhauled Portugal to try and get in that front 4 there. Portugal struggling a little bit.
Yeah, Portugal got stuck between Spain and the bank.
Ukrainians, Levchenko and Shapoval, they're still there for now, but now we go to the front of the K2 race. It's those same 4 crews, I imagine. Certainly it's going to be Che and Barat leading. Great Britain to their right. Spain in the back, I think. A little hard to tell from the camera pictures. As they go around the turn, we should get our graphic that confirms who they all are.
Soon 1.8 kilometers done. A group of 4.
So as they go around the turn, Italy, Great Britain, Spain, the Hungarians, they're going to be away. It looks it's exactly so dangerous for everyone else in the group here. Little
exactly
collision.
The same tactic as yesterday
they
from
could just paddle away.
Yeah, very close to the first buoy, and then a wide turn, and everyone is off.
It's going to be such hard work now for these other 3 crews.
Watch them; they are just going now. They are flying, these 2.
See the Italians going wide to try and pick up the washes outside, but that gap's growing and growing, and those 3 crews are not going to see those washes again today, I don't think.
Exactly the same move from Renata as yesterday. Very close to the first turning buoy, and then taking out the turn wide, and that causes the problem.
There was just a small collision at the back there. The Spanish, I think, just tapped the back of the English boat. They ran into the Italians, caused a 2-second delay, if that. And you can see the result of it. It's now a group of 1 in the front of this race. And the 3 chasers, they know all too well what they're up against now.
It's very, very hard to keep, especially K2s, more hard than K1s, to keep the wash when the leading crew are doing that very, very nice tactical move.
We saw Merchan yesterday going around that turn beautifully.
Yes.
Always, he tucks the nose of his boat inside the tail of the boat in front of him. And then you're kind of safer. If you get outside, you lose your steering ability, and that's what happens.
Exactly. That was her tactic here. So, the list of results from 1.8 kilometers paddled. It's a little misleading there because after the turn, Renate Shea and Alexandra Barra got away. Coming back under the bridge here now, we can see them. It's 1.8 kilometers in between the turns, so they will appear here after 6 minutes or so in front of the grandstand once again. And then they will do a turn without the portage. It's no portage on the first lap. Portage is coming in from the end of the second lap.
Do we think that second group there with the Italian, Spanish and Great Britain can stay ahead of the Czechs or on the charge behind them, Stefan, or do you think Koziskova is just too strong for that, she'll close them down?
I think we will see quite a big group formed behind Barra and Shea quite soon.
Certainly the Great Britain crew of Lampf and Broughton aren't work shy, but I'm not sure they've got the speed to hold off Koziskova. And I think with Koziskova is the other Hungarian crew. So they'll be working together, and that group of three is by no means safe from attack from behind.
We'll see if it is any team racing going on here. Could be that the second Hungarian crew is slowing down a little bit just to let their teammates have a decent gap.
Big development at the front of the C2. Stefan, it looks like Spain have destroyed the Hungarians. Sorry for the little delay in my sentence there. Jim came over and nicked my Haribos. I'm outraged.
Going very nicely together around this turn.
So Martin Kova seems he's reeling a bit from yesterday's defeat. He's those Spanish will work together. They both went around the turn very tidily, and they've got some 20 seconds, I think. Maybe not that long. Maybe I'm exaggerating a bit. 10 seconds on the Hungarian crew and chasing them down. We'll see on the graphic in a minute.
Last year in the European Championships, it was Hungary that won. Deutsche and Kover won that race last year with Grana and Ferro on the second position and Campos and Sanchez on the third.
So we've got Grana and Ferro. They were world champions back in Rome and Copenhagen. They're leading at the moment from Sanchez and Campos. They've been second so many times. Oklahoma, Copenhagen, third in Rome. They're always medalists. Not had a world championship win yet. They were third last year. But Grana and Ferro certainly taking it to them at the moment. They've dropped the Hungarians by a considerable distance, and then the race tails off. Still got the Ukrainians in there, the Poles, Machado from Portugal, Lacerda from Portugal, and it's the Czech Republic currently bringing up the rear.
And speaking to Antonio Campos yesterday, he said that they really wanted a revenge this year to their failure last year in Györ.
So in shot now, we're going to see a lot of this today. Hungarians travelling at speed on their own and just ripping into the field behind them. And the field behind them, make no mistake, is a quality field. Second group's closed up to 5 boats as we thought it might. But here for now, it's all about Hungary again.
Crushing speed of Renate Shea and Alexandra Barra. We saw that last year as well. They are doing it tremendously well together, these two. Very experienced, both of them, winning so many medals over the years together. Over her career, Renate Shea has also paddled with other partners. Benedicte Fulden was one of them. Now she has retired, and it's Barra. In recent years.
It's a shame we can't see that second group on screen because it's all happening there. There's big fights going on to get position for the turn. Italians have just been pushed back by the Czech girls there into the V-wash. It's the second Hungarian crew that are suffering, and the second Italian the Italians rather. So here, the leaders, they're clean and away, but it's everything to play for in Group 2.
Barra is watching over her shoulder how large the gap is. I think we will see them doing this crushing speed. Watch them now. This is K2 paddling at its best. So coordinated.
Do you think they get bored, Stefan?
Bored? No, never.
They got no one to talk to.
Their minds are racing. They are thinking on now how long they should keep this speed. I think they want a decent gap of a minute or so, and then they will just keep that gap. It's
something big happened on the bottom turn with the second group, because that's now down to 2, Hungary and Spain. Great Britain led into that turn and they've come out last. So it's something major happened there. I'm not sure. We didn't get to see it from commentary.
But it was a big group coming in to the turn, and K2 around such a sharp turn is difficult. You need a lot of experience, and to manage it, it could be devastating for the others.
Luckily for the trailing 3 in that group, the Czechs are back with them, and I think that'll be enough to pull them through, given time. Great Britain also in that trailing 3, which is sad for them.
It is 3 good teams there in that group. It is also the Chicali sisters. They have capacity, we know that. And now Great Britain is taking the lead there to trying to close the gap. But the gap to Barra and Che is increasing. It was 22 seconds down here. That's not enough to relax on. So they will keep the speed also on this leg, I think.
Such a shame the camera's not on Group 2. The 2 that have got away from the other 3 are being hunted down now by Great Britain. It seems to be the Czechs who are struggling. The Italians led the charge to start with. Then it was Great Britain, and they're trying desperately to reconnect with the 2 that got away on the turn. We're looking at the tail enders there, but there's the race for those 3 crews to catch up the 2 that broke away. Just in the background of the men's C2, as the C2s come round under the bridge. There's Spain and Hungary. That's currently 2 and 3, and they're being hunted by 3 other crews: Great Britain, Italy, and the Czech Republic. For now, though, in the C2, it's a journey for Spain. Grana and Ferro leading. Campos and Sanchez happy to sit with them. And they've got some 150 metres ahead of, could be both Hungarian boats. So it could be Spain, Hungary and Hungary.
Quite a big gap already. Watching them is like watching C4. Perfectly coordinated.
So the lead 2 C2s around the bottom turn for the first time. No portage on this lap. Straight back up to the top turn. They make their way around together. Behind them, 2 Hungarian crews working together. That's Doce and Kova and Lelovic and Dory. So Spain, Hungary in the background there, and they've got a small lead over the Ukraine, who have managed the whole lap. And then it's Portugal and Poland. So 30 seconds the gap between these 2 Spanish crews. Little bit of change in the balance of power in this event. It was all Hungary last year, but this year it's looking like being Spain's turn.
As Antonio Campos said yesterday, they have trained a lot and learned from the mistakes in Hungary, and he also mentioned that this is their home turf. They know this river, they know how to do it, and they have practiced here quite a lot, especially on the portages and the turning points. So they are also looking forward to meet each other on neutral ground in Brandenburg on the World Championships later this year.
I mean, Brandenburg looks like it's going to be a great event. There's so much changing in positions this year in this European Championships that no one really knows who's going in as favourite. We'll take Renata out of that equation because I think we do know she's favourite now. But in all the other races, there's a little bit of disturbance to the world order, and it's going to be so much fun to see all the big guns at play, with a few extras coming in as well from the sprint side. I'm sure in Brandenburg.
The South Africans coming in. We know that
yeah.
Hank McGregor is tremendously strong also this year, and his teammate Andy Burkett as well.
So as the C2s go back up for their second top turn, hopefully in a minute we'll get a camera shot of the women at the top turn to see if that trailing group or chasing group of 5 ever got back together. Jan de Leeuw in shot there with his partner Dubsky. They're just coming past us in commentary in 9th position. So we go from 9th back up to 1st and 2nd.
Dorsch and Cover have done so much together over the years. They won already the World Championships in Singapore.
Strange to see the Portuguese crew, Stefan,
2011.
paddling both on the same side.
Yeah, that's quite unusual.
I'm not sure I've ever seen that in a marathon before.
No.
You see it in some of the sprints, especially in the new women's classes. You see them paddling both the same side, but not. I don't think I've ever seen that in a marathon.
Neither have I. What does it mean?
It means they haven't got enough C1 paddlers to find a left-handed one of this quality, I think.
Absolutely. And what is the disadvantages, if it is any?
If you're both paddling on the same side, look, we're fairly ignorant, Stefan, in the ways of canoe paddling, but if you're both paddling on the same side, the boat must want to turn left all the time, so the steering strokes must be more exaggerated than if you're both paddling on opposite sides.
Because they are steering this boat by the paddles. And the perfect crew is to have a left-hand side paddler and the right-hand side in the same boat. If not, they need to twist the paddle on each stroke a little bit to be able to keep the direction.
So it looks from that shot like Cover and Doce never quite made up the ground. They lost on the bottom turn on their compatriots. Looks like Cover's not enjoying his day out there today. Still a long way to go, but that gap seems to be opening between him and his compatriots. Looks like it could be Lelovic and Dory. Dory, who we've seen so many times paddling with Schmidt in the past, has changed partners. Maybe Schmidt retired, maybe Lelovic is better. It's without knowing the internal politics and stuff, we don't really know, but they're certainly doing well today. 3rd place at the moment.
And the ladies have just passed the 5.4 turning point up there, and it's of course still Baranche in the lead, and the gap is now 44 seconds to Shikali. Shikali sisters, and Spain by Fernandez, and also Great Britain, Broughton and Lamp. And within that group is also Lenka Krokova and Anna Kosiskova, and the second Hungarian crew. Peter,
So it looks like that group
Peter
of 5 reformed then, Stefan, in the chase pack.
Yeah,
They're all together.
Reformed. Yeah, there we have them.
Confirmation on screen there. So that's chasing pack of 5, Sikali, Fernandez, Broughton, Ochova and Braun. That's going to be a very interesting race because there's 2 medals coming from those 5.
Yeah, very much so. 44 seconds gap. When do you think we'll see them slowing down?
No.
Bara and Renate?
I just don't think we will. I think there's speed she's comfortable at, and it's still higher than the other girls can travel, and I think they'll just expand that gap through the day.
Having following Renate and Bara so many times, they usually create a gap of a minute or a minute and a half, and then slow down a little bit and just keep that gap.
We don't see Bara racing K1.
No, never.
Ever.
No.
And it's quite interesting. Yeah, how do you earn your place in the back of a boat behind someone like Che? If you're not one of the best K1s, then Che must have a lot of faith in her ability to read the situation for her, to apply power when she needs it, and to understand what her job is. So you do get people like that who are very much a back person in a K2.
Yes.
You certainly, Che would have a pick of who she paddles with. She's not going to be picking up the extras after everyone else has chosen. She's got first choice.
Yeah.
And she chooses Alexandra Barra.
Their selection system, they need to prove the quality of themselves in K2 in the selection system in Hungary. Also in Spain. They told me yesterday that even if they win here, they are not selected automatically for the World Championships. Hungary has another selection race back home before the World Championships, which is
and those selection races, to be fair, aren't going to be much easier than the European Championships. They've got depth, and we've listed off so many Hungarian names that people who used to paddle with other people who are swapping boats now. There's people who've got world and European titles before that aren't even here, and they're going to be at home for the selection events. It's a luxury problem to have if you're the manager.
Absolutely.
But perfect coordination in that Hungarian K2. They're moving as one there. You see the boat lift out of the water with every pull. See how the front of the boat, as they're pulling, the front of the boat lifts. The boat always finishes, dip down to the side they've just paddled on. Huge leg drive, pressure downwards on the paddle to lift the boat out of the water. And that's a boat that feels nice to be in. You can see that.
Absolutely. To get a K2 going, especially in marathon, the feeling must be like doing a K1 race. There's no such thing that sitting there tensed over this long distance. Must be relaxed.
And it's trusting that what you're doing is right. In a K2, it's very tempting. If you want to work hard, the easiest way and the least effective way of doing that is to take the boat out of time. And you end up doing a lot of load on your own pull, and you think you're doing a great job. Your partner's hating it. When it's right like this, and this looks dead right to me, the loading's very light. And you feel like you can pull as hard as you want, but it's still light loading. And it's such a nice feeling to have. You don't get it in many K2s. Even successful K2s don't have it sometimes. But the gap they've opened up now is going to be at least a minute on the others, maybe more, and it's just going to expand and expand because you see the Hungarian boat moving, you see the bow coming out of the water. You just don't see that in this group.
The second group is led by Italy now, the Sikali sisters. How long will they stay? 5 in this group, do you think? It's a little bit easier to stay 5 in a K2 group.
K2, the waves are a little bit bigger. Even the second washout isn't quite as difficult as it is in the K1s. And I think there's 5 crews in there, all very much the same speed. So Their only problem is going to be the turns with a group of 5 in the K2s there. We've seen them struggle on the first turn, then the group went wrong on the second turn as well. The bottom turn now, where the Hungarians are now, when that group of 5 gets down, there's stress for the Portage as well. And I think we could see it all go a little bit wrong for them there.
They're also a little bit less affected by the rough water, staying behind the leading in the K2 compared to K1.
So in come the Hungarians. We saw how
Portage.
efficient Jay was yesterday on the Portages, under no strain today at all, so we won't expect anything different today.
Nicely out of the water, very controlled.
We'll get a time check, I'm sure. So as they run across the Portage,
No drinks. They are
big group
taking
of
no
5.
drinks on this. They carry no drinks at all.
Here we go. This should be interesting. It's going to be the Hungarians at the back of this 5 that might suffer on this. But if they catch the tail of the Czechs, then everything could go belly up here. Here we go. So, well, it looked like it was all going to end well for that group of 5. So they come into the Portage as these girls leave. Here we go. So it was the Hungarians. Czechs really should have come to this side of the pontoon. They're going to have to wait now. So Italians out first, Great Britain second, Spanish slow to get out of their boat. They seem to have water problems. They should lift the boat together. They're really struggling. As are the Hungarians, they're emptying out on the ramp. So it's going to be 3 away. So problems for Spain, problems for Hungary. Spain are running better than Hungary on the Portage. The Hungarians are not looking too fresh at all. So the lead 3 from that group, they're just getting in the water now. And we look back to the second Spanish crew. So we're just seeing 3 crews leave. Italians, Great Britain, and somewhere the Czechs, there they are. But Spain and Hungary have left themselves with an awful lot of work to do. And I don't think those Hungarians can do that. They didn't look fresh. I think that will either be a break for 3 or possibly the Spanish will close them down. I think the Hungarians, dead in the water there. So it's Massages and Brooks, sisters, get in the water there. It's Massage and Arquero. Fernandez and Villaci, the crew, trying to chase down the lead pack. In the meantime, here we go with the men's C2 again. Just as the girls go around the corner, that group of 3 seems to be extending its lead on the Spaniards. Might be 10 seconds now, and the Hungarians making no impact at all on any of those crews, and I think they're going to fall back to the second Spanish crew and the Belgians. No such problems for the Spaniards in the C2 though. They continue to make good progress. And they're now chased by a sole Hungarian crew. It's not Kova and Doce as we would have expected. Instead, it's Dori and Lelovic. But for now, it's all about Spain. Grana and Ferro. Sanchez and Sanchez. So Granite and Ferro lead in from Sanchez and Campos. Very tidy. These two boats, second and third last year in the World Championships. But they're really not going to be troubled today by the Hungarians. There's the first Hungarian crew. It's Lelovic and Dori. And they've got about 40-second lead on the group of three chasing them. Still Ukraine leading the chase in that group of three. Hungary struggling. Portugal. Oh, Hungary and Portugal have had it coming together. You can't see it on screen, but there's a couple of unhappy words being spoken back there. I'm sorry. This is Kova and Doce. It is Kova and Doce. My mistake. I had Kova and Doce down as being in the white boat. So it is the first three from the World Championships. Taking the first three places. But Kova and Doce are struggling, but at least they're on their own now. So Dori and Lelovic are in shot now in the white boat. Ukraine in the yellow. And Portugal, the other boat in this group, who did amazingly well. They were last into the turn and tailing off the back. And they've come out of this second. It's the Hungarians that are struggling again. And Ukraine have made it past the second lap for the first time, Stefan. We keep writing them off. They start well and then fade. But these guys are doing well today.
Very well.
The second Portuguese crew has just come through. Machado and Vieira. There's the view. They're followed by Poland, which is Pierchaz and Bourgil.
Very interesting way of jumping out the boat. If you recognize that, they didn't even stop. They were moving, and the boat were moving even when they took it out of the water from the Polish crew. Takes a lot of practice to do that.
So the Czechs bringing up the rear, Jan de Louis and Dubsky.
Having been around quite a lot, these two.
Jan de Louis certainly not wanted to take too much of his share of the boat there, right at the front. His partner had to get to the back quickly, running with handles on the boat by the look of it. You don't see that very often in the C2s. They normally carry by the cockpit.
Not nowadays. Earlier, when the Portages could be up to 500-600 meters, even longer, you needed such tools to be able to carry them well. But that was very long ago. It still occurs in the classic marathon races, where you start on one point and finish on another. And there is quite a lot such races around the world.
And they're very well attended too.
Very well attended too, yeah. Thousands of participants.
If you can't make your national team for these big events, then they're highly recommended, those other events. The Tour de Gardena, the Sella in Spain. There's so many. Devices to Westminster in Great Britain.
And the South African races.
There's so much fun to be had out there.
And the International Canoe Federation runs a Classic Marathon World Cup that is possible to attend. For any athlete, it's 10 races. You count the best 3 out of them. Taking place all over the globe in all summer, winter periods.
So a few changes at the front of the women's race. No change right at the front, but now it's broken down to a group of 3. Could even break to a group of 2 as we see it go now.
Italy setting the speed out from this turning point.
It's the Czechs just struggling to maintain contact with those 2 at the moment.
Quite high speed now from set by the Chicali sisters. Going really tough.
The Spaniards never closed the gap after the last portage.
1 minute 10 seconds behind. The gap has increased another 20 seconds since they were here.
And the Hungarians never even looked like, from the time they left the landing stage here, they never looked like they were going to close down the Spanish. And they've fallen back, as we thought, to join the Spanish and the Belgians in the chasing pack.
But it's a good competition for the silver and bronze medal there among these 3 crews. Italy, Great Britain and Czech Republic.
So that's going to be an interesting race. The second group of 3, Sakali, Broughton and Koziskova. 2 medals coming from 3 boats there. It's going to be a long journey and quite a stressful journey mentally for them. They're going to have to continually assess each other's strengths and weaknesses. And as the race pans out, so the differences in speed will increase, and one person's going to be an unlucky 4th. So the crowd's starting to build. A few waves there. Can you call that a selfie if you're taking a picture of yourself on a screen indirectly? Or is that going to have another name? A reflective selfie. We could, we need to coin a phrase for that, yeah.
Jim here. That could be the word for it.
So there's the gap. It's massive.
Totally selfish selfie is another suggestion. You can have any suggestion on such things and others following us on the Facebook, providing questions, comments, whatever. So please do that. We are happy to reply live here.
So Renata Shea, Alexandra Barras are continuing to extend their lead. Two C2s round the top turn. It is quite amazing how close they can get to those boys with no rudder, just steering with their paddles, a little bit of boat leaning, big steering strokes, but it's incredible they can get them round like that.
Even better maneuverability than the K2s.
Yeah.
Just using the paddles.
I guess if you use a blade that big as a rudder, it's a lot more effective than the small rudders the K2s have on them.
They managed to do it without losing speed as well.
So those 2 crews well ahead. And as they move down from the top turn to our right under the footbridge, we see the leaders in the women's K2 in splendid isolation.
It's also interesting to see that C2 racing and the Canadian category style of canoeing is increasing so strongly. over the years, but it's mainly countries, southern countries, warm countries that are heading into this.
That's very
kind of
true. I'd
area.
never looked at it like that. Maybe it's just too cold in the northern in Northern Europe to go
Yeah, I
through the
think that-
learning process.
I think it has a lot to do with the conditions of the water and the conditions of the weather. It's river racing canoeing. It's not good for open water, lakes or at the sea at all, because these narrow boats are open and easily get affected by big waves. It's river racing, and it's very nice to do at rivers in warm countries and warm weather.
Looks pretty effective. So there's the Hungarians.
Very, very relaxed. You can see they also use a micro pause between each stroke when they are stretching their paddles forward. Very, very relaxed, not using too much energy now. Paddling like one, even if they
See
are
the
two.
difference in efficiency there. You see Renata J put her arm almost straight down into the water. Barra just bends it slightly before the paddle goes in the water, and that's the little bits of difference in efficiency that means J that wins the K1 and Barra is just the K2 paddler. And when I say just the K2 paddler, you understand she's multiple world champion K2 paddler, but the stroke's just not quite as efficient as J, who is pretty much as good as it gets. Opposite us, while they get out on the portage, it's a churn up for the portage, for the turn rather, from group 2, and it's the Italians making the run in that group. But Jay up the ramp. And running smoothly. I can't see drinks on their body or even straws hanging out of the boat there, Stefan, are they?
Nothing. They're not taking any support, any drinks, not at all, meaning that they are quite relaxed and confident still. I think they will have something on this journey, though. Maybe on next
It's quite
turn.
warm out here today.
It
You'd
is.
think they would take something.
They have done 10 kilometers now. It's less than a normal training session for them, so
The Italians, it seems, been quite aggressive on the turns. They squeezed the Czechs out, made the Czechs drop in behind them on that turn. Hasn't troubled Kaziskova though. She's coming through now. Needs to just get that little overlap coming into the portage, so the Italians can't run long. She failed to do it because she didn't get that overlap. Now look what's happened. She has to wait. We saw the men's K1s yesterday, so efficient on that process. And you saw, that's what a mistake cost you, 3 or 4 lengths. What she should have done was continue overtaking the Italians and then cut in.
they slow down a little bit too early. They could have just continued the speed and get in before Italy
2 more
there.
strokes would have saved her
Yes.
3 lengths there.
Yes, absolutely.
So she started a job that she didn't finish. And it's very hard to change your mind. Boats don't stop quickly. Spaniards still only just behind those 2. They've come in for drinks. Nice efficient drink change from them. And then their compatriots, Massages and Arquero, they're up the ramp now with the second Hungarian crew
Belgium.
and the Belgians.
And as you can see, the gap is now 1 minute 7 seconds. So as it seems, the gap has not increased. They are staying there 1 minute, with a 1 minute gap. So probably Hungary has decreased their speed slightly. Established 1 minute gap. Wonder if the Hungarian team leaders provide any information to them. How
On
much the
time
gap is.
differentials?
Yeah, on time difference. I asked Renata several times on that, and she says she never got anything.
Right.
But she looked over
Did
her
she want
shoulder.
anything though?
Yeah, she will.
Right. So I guess with the short laps, you see, you
Yeah.
get the turn every 2K really. So I guess you see fairly frequently. But we've all been in a position where you're leading and then you get to the next turn and all of a sudden that chase group's closer to you.
Yeah.
And you think, well, I can't go any faster than this. And
It's very
doom closes in on you.
Yeah,
It is quite stressful.
You don't know, you're going there in splendid isolation before everyone else, and you know the hunting party are doing their best.
You
It's
start
really
weighing
tough.
up how far there is to go, how many turns there are, all that stuff.
If you feel strong, it's really good to have information from behind, but if you're starting to get tired, it could be stressful as well.
I think so. If there's nothing you can do about it, and that gap is closing, then it's one of the most stressful things ever. And you try so many things. You try pulling harder, you try resting for a little bit, see if you can recover. But actually there's no way back from that. It's just a one-way ticket.
And also if you're among the hunting party, when you see the team leaders provide information to the front guys and they can't increase, that really encourages you to do extra efforts.
The Spaniards coming around the bottom turn for their second portage. They're increasing the lead over Cover and Doce. So through come the Spanish, Granat and Ferro there. A marked size difference between those two guys, but it obviously works well as a partnership.
Having done 10.8 kilometers now, it's a little bit more than one third of the race. Doing it in totally 26.2 kilometers. These C2 guys. Ladies are doing the same. But they're all a little bit more than one third into the race now.
So Campos and Sanchez leading, Granat and Ferrer happily sitting with them. Cover and Doce running through now. Lots of encouragement from the Hungarian support crew. But I think there's no amount of encouragement that's going to close that gap. Behind these Hungarians, really the race is strung out now.
The winners of the World Championships and the European Championships last year, Hungary, the Hungarian Cover and Doce in the third position now.
There's Portugal behind them, followed by Ukraine, followed by the second Hungarian crew. Here's Portugal, both paddling on the same side.
Very coordinated,
very
tidily
coordinated,
yeah.
Out of the boat. So that's Lacerda and Barros. We saw Barros yesterday in the C1. Ukraine running through the drinks lane there, massively inefficient from their crew. To stop, go back for something. To allow these Hungarians to close a little bit, assuming their pit stop goes well. They were very tidily through, the Hungarians. Second Portuguese crew, Machado and Vieira. Anytime now, we should get a look at the women's K2 up at the top turn. There's the gap that Kova and Doce are trying so hard to close. But it seems to be growing. Here's the women at the top turn.
55 minutes into the race.
Not sure what was happening there. Looks like they're just having a reshuffle of the drinks.
Meaning they probably have drinks in their boat then.
Yeah, they must have had something there. Either reaching down to get the drink straw out.
Maybe they are doing it the old-fashioned way, having drink bags taped on the bottom of the boat, just to secure that they are not dependable on any support over the long distance.
With these 2-hour races, there's not that much need for carrying too much drink, I don't think. You can do it with the bare minimum. I think what you see on the K1 day is an awful lot of people keeping their hydration levels up to race the following day, rather than the actual race they're doing at the time. So there's the chase pack of 3. Still the Italians doing the damage. The Czechs just struggle around the turns every time. The Italians are running them close. Every turn those Czechs are having to catch up. They're to catch up after the portage. And each time they catch up, you can see how hard they're trying there.
Yeah, and you see how hard the Italians are going after each turn, just to make the Czechs suffer a bit. And the gap is 1:15 now, so it's not either increasing or decreasing. Almost the same speed for
So you pretty much called that in the early days, Stefan. You said they'd get a minute ahead before they relaxed, the Hungarians, and that seems to be what they've done.
Yeah. She have done that exactly the same so many times.
Looks like Great Britain there, just taking up the lead. The Italians have done their bit. Behind them, the Spaniards in danger now of being overhauled by their compatriots and the Belgians. The Hungarians now nowhere. The second Hungarian crew, they were with those 2 chasers, but they're off that, and it's going to be 2 Spanish crews and the Belgians to try and chase down the group of 3 in front of them.
And when the Spanish results appears on the screen, on the big screen here, the crowd, the noise of the crowd increases tremendously, of course, as it should be. Canoeing crazy location as Pontevedra.
And that's always part of the home advantage as well, having your own crowd there.
Absolutely.
You feel a little bit more loved.
Absolutely so. Even if the canoeing family is very global, it's still the attention of the local crowds that really can
Still
cheer
a few
you up.
empty seats at the moment, but I think that will fill up as the day goes on. Got the men's K2 coming shortly after this race finishes, and that looks like being a very interesting race. Lots of new crews being tested at this championships, and with lots of new crews being tested, there's always the opportunity for mistakes and errors as new crews get to learn how each other race.
But it's still more than an hour to go on this race. They have done 12.5 kilometers now out of 26.2.
So this is the chase group of 3, Great Britain, Czech Republic and Italy. Roughly a minute ahead there, the Hungarians to the left of your screen. They've been ahead from the first turn where they made the break. They forced a tight turn. The other girls got in trouble, a little bit of contact. And from that moment on, it was pretty much job done for the Hungarians.
Quite amazing that they are able to adjust the speed exactly to the following group. Just doing enough to keep the gap. Not more, not less. Comes out of experience.
C2s again, nice and tight around the turn.
They are not giving any extra room for their teammates, the ones leading.
I don't know enough about it, but maybe it helps them both go round if they're close together like that. And they certainly don't seem to be unfriendly on the rest of it. They're not. There's no aggression on the Portage, so maybe that's just the easiest way of getting a C2 round the turn.
Dodgen cover. On third position, 45. They're
not losing ground anymore, are they?
No, it's rather the opposite. 15 seconds closer now. So they have done a good leg up to this position, gaining 15 seconds.
Still a big gap to close, though, Stefan.
It is. But it's also more than an hour to paddle.
This almost looks a little bit lazy now, Stefan. Great Britain leading the chase pack. We've only seen so far Great Britain and Italy leading that pack. The Czechs seem to be getting what they're left with all the time. They don't seem to have any control over the group, or maybe they're just happy to use the others to get them around the course. We'll only find that out in the latter stages.
They did the same in Geo last year, the Czechish crew, and they ended up to be second. They did a very, very strong far end of the race.
So here's the leaders. Great coordination.
You mentioned before that Alexandra Barra is not stretching her arms. She's putting in the pedal with her arm,
with
not
a bent arm.
with a bent arm, and that doesn't lift K1 out from the water properly.
No.
But it's very effective in the back in the K2, because in the back in the K2 you really don't need to lift. You just need to push forward.
That's yeah, I'd never thought of it like that, Stefan, but you may be right. Yep.
So that makes a proper back seat paddler.
Maybe that's why she is the back seat person.
Yeah.
Yep.
Just using all her energy to push forward.
So Italians, as ever, leading round the bottom turn. Czechs picking up the pieces at the back. And this gap's still just about a minute. Let's see if the Czechs have learned from their mistake on the last lap.
We should just continue now. Continue some extra strokes to pass Italy.
She's going to get stuck on the outside again here.
Here they
Is
go.
there room for her to come round?
That was a good move. At least they tried.
No gap opened up there. So a minute and 15, no change from the top turn.
exactly the same speed, exactly the same gap.
Yep. That is amazing that you got two separate groups travelling at identical speeds.
And it is the leaders that adjust their speed to the second group. I wonder who they do. I'll ask at the interview later. I wonder how they do. I'll ask at the interview later.
Yeah,
to
you
adjust
can't
the
do
speed.
it consciously, surely. You must just have a feel for where they are. So the two Spanish crews, they're together now with the Belgians. They're chasing down the group of three that contain Great Britain, Italy, and the Czech Republic. And the Czech Republic have finally taken the lead in that group. So they're leading out from the Portage. They're being hunted now by 4 Spaniards and 2 Belgians. So second Hungarian crew not having a great day. They're making their way back through the field now.
Brown and Recapete.
They're with the Norwegians, Sletcher and Spicklund, and the French.
Sletcher that made under 23 race and had great expectations on her from her teammates and Norway. I think she was a little bit disappointed by that, but here she is together with Christian Spickeland. And I haven't seen them paddling together before. Maybe a crew for the future, these youngsters from Norway.
Spaniards, Grana and Ferrer just overtaken. Campos and Sanchez before the bottom turn. So it looks to me, Stefan, like they have the outside boat of the turn, take the lead always, and just go around the turn. Maybe the other boat gets forced round by the lead C2.
Seems like they're using the wash around the turn there. Let's see if we can see that in this great camera angle.
Certainly Campos and Sanchez didn't make any effort to stop the others overtaking before that turn. So they're clearly happy with what they've got.
Very controlled around the turn there. You see how they use the wash from the leading boat.
Grana and Ferrer
Perfectamente, says the local commentator here, and it's really what it was all about. Perfect portage for both crews, no stops, just nice, controlled and smoothly over the portage. When the wind takes away all my papers here.
Yeah, we've all lost our notes. Gust of wind came through. But I think we're right up to speed now. So even with our lost notes, we can maintain our professionalism and keep you informed. So Stoche and Kova coming in at the entry to the portage, while the 2 Spanish crews, Grana Ferro, Sanchez and Campos, leave from the far end. So that gap still about a minute. For 55 seconds. They're certainly not gaining, but they're not losing too much either. Hungarian support crew willing them on, but I'm not sure all the will in the world's going to close that gap. A little bit of confusion for the Spanish going under the bridge to our right. They met two other C2 crews coming back the other way. You just see them cross over and shot there. So a little bit of hesitation and a little bit of confusion. So maybe a few seconds of grace for the Hungarians there.
Who have lost 10 seconds on the leg down to here from the previous turn. It's now up to 55 seconds again. 14, yeah.
Portuguese now coming through, Barros and Lacerda. They're a long way down, maybe 2 minutes, maybe even more on the Hungarians. So yeah, almost 2 minutes behind, and that gap's growing. Each leg, each time check.
And Ukraine. That's
still there. 3 laps in, and they're going strong still. And they're only just behind those Portuguese.
Surprising. Nice to see that these youngsters also can do marathon as they do 1,000 meter, where they are quite successful. Young boys from Ukraine.
Shapoval and Levchenko from Ukraine. And if anything, they're making their way towards the Portuguese in front of them and away from these two crews in shot. Second Hungarian boat of Dori and Lelovic, and the second Portuguese crew of Machado and Vieira.
.1 kilometers down for Alexandra Bara and Renate Che. It seems like the gap has increased once again.
Almost an hour and a quarter into the race now.
10 kilometers more to go, which is about 40 minutes or so, usually in the ladies K2.
The others still not past the time check by the look of it.
I think it will be a little bit more than 1 minute now, 1:20 or so.
Maybe a casual lap to get a few drinks in and then off again. But this race of 3 here is really interesting.
Yes.
They're very well matched, all these crews.
Oh, it's 1:45. We
Huge
got the time
difference.
measurement before they passed the time measurement point.
Italians going around again.
There it is,
The
1:46
Czechs are in
now.
trouble there.
Yeah.
They just don't seem to be able to get round the turn comfortably.
It's 1:46 now, meaning that Alexandra Bara and Renate Che have done it tremendously well on the upper leg.
30 seconds going up
Another
that leg
30
there.
seconds, yes. And the both Spanish crew and Belgium is just 30 seconds or 40 seconds behind now.
I can't remember what that gap was at the last Portage.
A
Stefan.
little
I
bit
think
more
they're
than 1
closing.
minute. Yeah,
Yeah.
they are closing, meaning that this second group is starting to compete each other and saving some strength for the
Yeah,
sprint.
I think the
probably.
chase might be off, and they're racing each other now.
Yeah.
But that does open the door for this third group. 2 Spaniards and the Belgians. If these 3 can make contact with the 3 in front, then there's medals to play for.
having following Stefania Cicali and Anna Alberti many times in K2, they are used to high speed over long distances. They like to set up the speed. They are not as fast and in the sprint, but maybe it's a different tactics here when she's racing with her sister, not keeping up the speed and letting the Brits also do some work here.
I think the Brits are very happy to take their share. They've got good endurance in that boat. Faye Lampf, Lizzie Broughton.
Both of them endurance paddlers.
We see a delivery of officials happening here. If we're lucky, we'll see them step out into the little dinghy. Always a chance for entertainment there.
And that is the final turning point of the short lap. So that short lap is after the final portage, just 400 meters or so to paddle up to that turning point, and then another 500 meters down to the finish line.
So as the Hungarians come down, chasing group of 3 not yet in the picture.
So they are at lap 5 out of 7.
You can see at the top of the picture, the Ukrainians that we said were closing down the Portuguese have in fact closed them down, and they'll be going past them shortly. So that puts the Ukrainians into 4th position.
Quite a good day for them.
I don't think we've commentated on Ukrainians in the second half of a race to this point, have we?
Exactly,
So
exactly.
it's the first time they've been really up there.
Usually they are good at the first stages, coming from sprint racing and 1,000 meters. But now, we have a crew here that is really doing well also at the final stage of the race. Nice.
The Spaniards round again. This time it is the inside crew that's leading. See how much work the back guy, Grana, is putting in to keep his boat in touch with the other one. Huge steering strokes.
Perfect move, very controlled, didn't lose any ground at all. Very experienced, both of these crews have done so much together.
When you add in all the domestic races as well, Stefan, these 2 crews must have travelled a long distance side by side.
Oh, yeah, probably 1 or 2 laps around the globe.
Yeah, yep. So still a minute the difference between the 2 Spaniards and the Hungarians chasing.
They lost another 5 seconds on this leg. I think they are happy with the bronze medal now and just going for that.
So as they go around the top turn opposite us in commentary, the Hungarians leading. The women's K2 are through and past us. A huge, huge gap. We can't even see the second group yet.
It's more than 2 minutes now. Must be more than 2 minutes.
It's got to be, yeah, it has to be close to 2 minutes and maybe more. Still, there's no sign of the chase group, which must leave the chase group vulnerable to the third group.
Yes. I think they have started to compete each other, saving strength for the in-sprint and for the silver and bronze medal fight. Very controlled, as you often said, Ivan. They took out the boat in the perfectly right order.
Yeah.
No risks there.
It's limiting risk, isn't it? I mean, they're not under enough strain to make a mistake, really. But always everything you do is to limit risk and reduce risk to as low as possible. While they were getting out of the Portage, there was some discussion among the Great Britain support crew. They're trying to call the girls in. I'm not sure what the reason was, but there seemed to be maybe a small problem that needs sorting out of this Portage. There's discussion backwards and forwards between the support crew that are allowed in the Portage area. But opposite us now, the Italians charging past Great Britain to get to the Portage. Czechs again picking up the pieces. There we go. 10 seconds ago, it was Great Britain that were leading. The Italians seem to have a much better turn of speed. But the Czechs just following every move, but always seem a little bit slow on the uptake.
They've been looking quite stressful all over the race, but they did also last year and they weren't. Maybe it's a part of their tactics and they are just relaxed behind there and not intended to do any work.
That's looking up to the leaders and some of the tail enders heading towards us. But into the Portage come Italy. Surely the Czechs aren't going to make the same mistake again. Great Britain on the inside. Italians making life a little bit harder for Great Britain there. Czechs plenty of room this time. I think Great Britain are going to be called into the drinks lane. I don't know what the issue is, but no, nobody got to them. Running up onto the shoulders of the Italians. I don't think there's enough room to overtake, but the Czechs happy staying at the back. But meanwhile, Group 3, 2 Spaniards and the Belgians, I would say they're making some progress toward the Group of 3 we've just seen. Out quickly for Villaci and Fernandez. Massages behind them and the Brooks.
It's still 40 seconds behind these two groups, keeping the same distance. And 2 minutes behind the gap from the second group to the leading.
The Czechs really taking it on from that group we saw come through. They're really piling on out of the Portage. Maybe they don't like the 40-second gap. I think they're doing something about it at the moment.
They are going hard now.
You can see them at the top of your picture there.
The competition for
Czechs
the
doing a strong lead.
Bronze medal is ongoing, definitely now. Czech have rested a little bit behind all the race, but now they are taking the initiative out from this Portage when they have traveled 18 kilometers out of 26.2.
Norway, Hungary. Norway through first. Oh, everyone's coming in for a drink there. So Norway through now, France through now, and the Hungarians now. It was a busy changeover. Everyone's come out of it well though. There's been no position change as they get back into the water, and there's certainly no position change at the front of the men's C2 race. Grana and Ferro leading from Sanchez. Campos. A little bit of stress among the French supporters there, trying to get the drinks to their girls, but they did well. So hard with 2 K2s running through at the same time. You've got 2 supporters, 2 paddlers, and you double that up and it gets very crowded very quickly. But it was well done by both crews.
It's also part of the game. You need to think about that when training and also when defining the strategy for the race. How to manage the porters and try to do it according to the plan.
And it seems from what we're seeing in front of us that the French strategy of drinks is over. They're bringing out all their equipment from the Portage area, so they're not planning on feeding their crew again before the end of this race. Two Spanish C2s up the ramp. A little bit of an error from the second crew there, Grano and Ferro, that led into the turn, but a slight stumble. Sanchez and Campos being fed. Grano and Ferro just running through.
So after this long lap, they will have another long lap to go before the finalizing short lap. Having done Having done 5 laps out of 7.
Big discussion going on in the commentary tent about how people are named here. The problem being that most Spanish people have at least 17 names. And they list them in random order each time they're printed on any informational material. And it's pretty much down to the commentators to pick which name they would like to be the surname on which day. But I think we're getting it straight now.
Fortunate enough, we know most of them, so yeah, that's becomes easy for us.
So paddling away from the Portage there, Kova and Doce.
It's 1:16 now, so the Hungarians are losing some ground once again.
As the leaders go past the Portuguese women. And here we have the Ukrainians. They caught the Portuguese on the last top section of the course. And now Lacerda and Barros have company for the last 2 big laps and the final small lap if they can hold on to the Ukrainians. So no change and no surprises at the front of the women's senior K2. 20k under their belt now, pretty much.
Out of 26.2.
An hour and a half gone.
They will actually finish under 2 hours, which is quite unusual. Telling us that it is a speedy race.
Yep. All the Ukrainians having all sorts of trouble trying to get hold of his boat. He just can't keep up with his partner. They're going to go around the corner and go around the corner with a curb, dragging the back of the boat. He still hasn't got hold of it. He's running past us. He's got his drink change. And finally now he's got hold of the back of the boat. They didn't lose any ground, but their boat was very vulnerable through that whole process. We were talking about risk earlier, Stefan, and that's a risk too many to be just dragging the boat.
Absolutely so. They don't have a rudder. Lucky for them this time.
They're through. Paddling off, using the landing stage to push off. Get a bit of forward momentum. And certainly on the water, they're moving well. Not such a great day for the second Hungarian crew, Dori and Lilovic. They're back with Portugal too, which is Machado and Vieira. They're in shot now. No change in Group 2 either. Italians leading. They've put their paddles down. Czechs just ploughed into the back of them. And there's all sorts of confusion. Great Britain on the right. They've moved out to take the lead. But here is the chasing group who haven't closed them down. So it looks like that second group of 3 is safe. 2 medals to come from 3 boats though. Still everything to play for.
Why they are now competing each other on all means, playing tactical games among these 3. No one wants to do any hard work, and we will see that.
Belgians struggling to get around the corner. Hungarians actually helped them there. Just pushed the front of the boat away, kept things tidy. Sorry, not the Hungarians helping them, that's the Spanish, of course. It's the Spanish Massages, Fernandez and Brooks. 3 minutes and 5 seconds down on the leaders. So 2 minutes now, the gap between the leaders and the chase pack. The chase is off and the race for medals is on.
And they're thinking now, within the group of 3, fighting for 2 medals.
Yeah, I have to keep my fingers crossed for the Great Britain girls. I'm just going to look on my chart, but I know they've come 4th. They've got a string of 4ths from the Europeans last year, the World Cup in Bohemia the year before, Oklahoma, Piestany. Copenhagen was a bad day for them back in 9th, but then in Rome, 4th again. They've got so many 4ths. It'd be heartbreaking to see another one today, but the Italians have already shown they've got more speed. Koziskova is a higher grade paddler than both the Great Britain athletes, and it's hard to see how they can break into that.
Yeah, and last year at the Worlds we had the same, and we didn't really, or I didn't really thought that the Czechish couple could keep up with it, but they made a marvelous last part of that race. So they have the capacity, and for the in-sprint, I think the speed of Koziskova now having doing well in sprint this spring could be decisive in that group. You never know. Sikali sisters.
I think the Sikalis would be my favourite for second at the moment, and then the other 2 are going to...
We haven't seen them together for a while, so it will be very interesting to see how they can keep up with this.
They've looked very dominant coming into the portage and around the bottom turn each lap. But then, to be fair, the Czechs haven't really challenged them.
No.
That might be because they can't, but it might be because they can't be bothered at the moment. They don't need to spend that energy.
I think their tactics related upon taking it as easy as possible. It's the second race in 2 days, also for Koziskova, coming directly from sprint. So she really want to keep speed down and do as little as possible.
Portuguese girls there making the most of opportunity. I think they're far enough from any of the other competitors in their race that really won't make a difference. I don't think anyone will get upset about that. And while we look at them, opposite us. Through come the Hungarians. It's Barra and Che.
As you can see here, it's excellent conditions up there on the Pontevedra River. Quite a narrow turn, but no waves and nothing to disturb them. Very little current now when the tide is on its top.
So in front of us, looks like we got a retirement from the Polish C2, Borgil and Portage. Their day's over. Always surprises me when you see people pull out, Stefan, that they bother to use their gel that they've taken for the journey, because those gels are so disgusting that if you don't need to take one, why would you choose to take one? I don't get that at all.
Maybe
they're out now, they can have a proper meal.
If they retire from the race, they ought to be quite exhausted, and then they need it. So, with another full lap to go, Renate Che and Alexandra Barra.
Chasing group. Now being led by Great Britain, Italy on their left.
These girls have led this race from the start. They took initiative already in the start and were in the lead after 150 meters or so, and have stayed in that lead all race through. Just went for it after the first turn after 1.8 kilometers, and then they just increased the gap. I've seen them doing exactly that before. Perfect match, these two in the K2. Here is the chasing party.
Every other lap the Italians have taken it, and now they go again. You can see the difference in speed between the Italians and Great Britain. Great Britain don't seem to have an answer for that turn of speed, and that worries me because their list of fourths could increase by one here today. I'm sure that worries them more than it worries me as well. But
Czech Republic is just resting there.
They look really cool on that changeover as well. They didn't even change their stroke rate.
More cool now than in the beginning of the race.
Yeah, absolutely. They don't look troubled at all.
No problems at all. We'll watch the Czech
Italians
Republic crew now.
Maybe the Czechs are trying to move up past the Italians this time.
Yeah.
A little bit of effort from them.
Yeah, they do. A great turn from them.
If they can get to the Portage in control, it'll be a big change for them. And they have. They're ahead this time. But still she hasn't finished it off, Stefan. She just stops. Yeah, Sikali's been a little bit mean there as well. She's run them right to the end of the landing stage. That hurt. That hurt.
She slipped and fell.
We talked about those safety nets on day one, that they look more dangerous than safe, and that really hurt.
Sikali sisters are good runners. We know that from previously. They are using that perfectly well now. Italy first out from the Portage.
So Feylam toughing it out in the front of the Great Britain boat.
Well done. We'll see if Italy and Czech Republic trying to use this gap. Yeah, obviously so. The Sikali sisters are setting up a very, very high speed there now, and they are doing a main effort now to try to get rid of the Brits. Speed is incredibly high there now. Czech Republic is on the wash of the Cicali sisters from Italy, but I think the Brits will make it.
The Brits aren't broken there. They're moving out, I think, to get to the side. Cicali sisters are pretty mean there, Stefan. I thought. Maybe unnecessarily so. It's still a big lap to go. Maybe you could understand that on the last portage.
They do what they can. They try to use the gap they created.
But they ran the Czechs long on the entry to the portage. They haven't entered a popularity contest today, have they? It's more of a canoe race, I'm thinking.
Not for you Brits, maybe, but for themselves. It was, I think, a perfectly done
But
move.
the Czechs have taken it on up there now, and I think the Brits are back in the race.
Yep. Interesting, the Czechs are trying to, are starting to show some strength now.
Yep.
As we said, in the far end of the race, they were strong there last year, and it seems like they are rested quite well and paddle very, very confident, saving strength, and now on the last big lap they are starting to take some initiatives.
I think the next portage is going to be entertaining,
Yeah.
to say the least. So Spain 1, Spain 2, making their way down to the bottom portage. The bow of the boat you saw with them isn't anyone who's caught them up. It's one of the tail enders in the women's K2. It's Portugal. So untroubled and uneventful so far. The gap pretty much unchanged, I think, between them and the Hungarians. So Grana and Ferro, they're first out this time. They had that little slip on the last portage. They're coming through for a drink and they're all running hard now. They are running hard. The support was having a hell of a job just to keep up. And there was a little bit of fear in their eyes that their compatriots might be getting away there, wasn't there? There was a little bit of desperation. A little bit of panic in the eyes.
Competition for the gold has started, obviously.
So yeah, you see that little bit more haste to leave the portage. They're going to leave together, but tensions are mounting, even between the two crews that have been friends so far.
And the thinking here is just to avoid any kind of mistakes and not losing any ground. And also to use any mistakes from the fellow competitors. It's no direct strategy to break free, but more to use any mistakes and don't doing any mistakes.
The Hungarians very smoothly out of their boat,
1
running
minute
well,
behind.
but no chance of closing the gap on the Spanish.
Speed in the top now is slow, really slow. No one wants to do any bigger effort among these two good Spanish crews. They have helped each other wonderfully so far in the race, but now the competition, the real competition for the gold has started among these two crews from Spain.
Yeah, there's a little flurry of excitement on the portage. I think they're just testing. If they got a couple of lengths, I think they'd have gone hard. But Grana and Ferro, even though they came through the drinks lane, managed to hold their own. When they both got in together, everything was back to state normal. And now they look like they're just covering ground again. There's the Hungarians behind them. And they're going to cross over with Ukraine and Portugal that are in 4th and 5th place.
And Grana and Faroe, their positions have been 2nd and 2nd last year in Europeans and the World Championships. They were 3rd in Oklahoma, where Campos and Sanchez were 2nd. Campos and Sanchez, on the other hand, have been 5th in Bohemian, 3rd in Györ, and have had a couple of silver medals as well from the World Championships. So they are pretty equal, these two crews from Spain.
Just had a good question come in on the Facebook page, Stefan, from a guy who's obviously supporting the Great Britain team. He says, if their sprint's the weakest of the 3, why don't they go separately and maybe go up the right-hand side of the river? Because he says yesterday it looked about 50-50. Well, it would have been 50-50 yesterday because the tide was coming out. So you get a little bit of shelter up this first bit of the river until you get to the bridge. So you could make a little bit of ground there. But even with that yesterday, I think the right side was slower. And without that flow on the river yet, it would definitely be slower today. So it's a great idea, David, and you're dead right. They need to try something, but it isn't that, sadly. I think they just need to keep the speed high as they can, and hope that they're doing enough damage to take the sprint out of at least one of those other crews. But great question and a great idea. It's just not the right time of day, literally, to do that. The flow's not right for that move today.
The tide is at its top edge now. And for the men's race late in the afternoon, we will have the same situation as yesterday when the tide is starting to go out. Such choices is also a lot about self-confidence. If you're confident enough, you can make these courageous moves. But then in the far end of the race, you are also tired. So it's quite a tough decision to take. And I think everyone wants to not to risk anything, staying in the group, feel safer, and hope for a mistake of the fellow competitors.
So I think here is that group maybe. They're still together. There's the Italians in the yellow boat, the Czechs leading. Great Britain at the moment. 3rd round that corner, but a good turn by Faye Lamp. She's straight up to the side of the Czechs. And nicely done. Very tidily done. They're just struggling to get that last couple of meters, but they'll be there.
And they are really competing each other now, using all kind of tactics. No one is want to do any hard work. You can see that from the timing there.
Only one Spanish boat now.
Yeah, they
in
are
the chase pack with the 2 Belgians.
They are now 2.5 minutes behind Renate Shea and Alexandra Barra.
The gap between them and the chase 2 there, though, is only 20 seconds now, yeah. Stefan. That's not impossible to close down. They've got the small lap, they've got the rest of this big lap.
And any mistake in the final portage will make a change. But for medals, I think it's quite impossible.
So coming through, the tail enders of the C2. It had been the Czechs all the way, but the Hungarians are having a torrid day today. Lelovic and Dori, they're right back with the Czechs. Jan Deluy and Dubsky, who've actually come through on the Portuguese crew as well. Or is it possible that the Czechs have been lapped? No.
No.
So the Czechs have been at the back of that race from the start, and now they seem to be moving through.
And Ukraine is still together with Portugal when they are entering their final long lap.
That's really impressive from the Czechs, because the Ukraine and Portugal, they're 4 and 5. And the Czechs at the moment look like being boat 6, having been at the back for the entire race.
Interesting.
Whoa!
We're commentating on the C2s here because it's an interesting move from Czech Republic and the second Hungarian. They are paddling crossing the river right into the left-hand side. I think to get to avoid the wind, actually, more than gaining any ground. The wind is gusty, and it affects the C2 paddlers much more than the kayakers.
We haven't seen anyone cross the river that sharp until that C2 did it there.
Exactly.
You didn't see it on camera, but they
But the
crossed the
wind
river
is-
basically 90 degrees to the direction of the river. It's quite a dramatic crossover.
The wind is very gusty now. And here they are, Renate Che and Alexandra Barra approaching their final portage. And they can have an accident. They can even fall in, I think.
I think they've got time to have a picnic,
Yeah.
Stefan, if they want. They're really not troubled.
Watch their technique now. What we said about the stretched arms.
Maybe
and
they could do their post-race interviews on this last portage.
stopping and doing a short
Do
interview.
a short interview and then carry on.
In the portage.
Yeah.
That would be something.
Yeah. Should we call them over? There's the chase pack, and it's Great Britain with the initiative at the moment, and that's the best they can do, really. They can't afford to be at the back of that group come the end sprint. They're doing everything they can to give themselves the best chance possible. I hope it
Czech
works
is,
out for them.
as we have seen all through the race, choosing to be at a backwash.
It's hard to tell with the camera, but that chase pack of 2 looks to be pretty close as well.
Yeah, they are definitely closing.
And that's going to be the C2s at the top turn.
And now we want the producer to choose the final portage of the ladies. Of course, we want that. And here they are approaching that. And the music is picking up now, and the atmosphere here is great in the wonderful venue of the Pontevedra river. When we see Renate Che and Alexandra Barra approaching their final portage. Very secured, very controlled, perfect coordination, just jogging over the portage with a smile on their faces. And the crowd is cheering them up, of course, just smiling, looking fresh, as if it was the first lap they were on. Perfect coordination also in the running. But here
The race is
it's
on. This is significant now. This is a
tough.
big turn for these girls coming up. Great Britain really need to hold this lead if
We'll
things
see
are
when
to go
the
well
Czech
for them. And they'll give it their best shot to do that. The Czechs have moved up from the back significantly.
We'll see when they make their
Italians
move.
usually around now make their
Czech-
move to get to the front, but I think the Czechs will try and hold them off this time.
I think the Czech should do
And while
some
you're
big
watching the
effort.
Hungarians leave, it's kicking off. Great Britain are doing it. They're holding on to the
Yeah,
lead.
they are holding on.
Nobody's coming past before the turn now.
When do the Czech Republic make their effort? They need to do it. They need to do it soon, trying to create an advantage for themselves. If they do that, they can really keep the others off on the outside. They're
The
shooting not
Italians
too.
certainly not having it all their own way on this turn. Czechs have moved up.
The British team are leaving good room for
Now,
the fellow
If the
competitors.
English team
in
want to get their
inside.
own back, they can portage to the right and give the Italians a hard time here. It would be great to see that happen, but the Great Britain coming in hard. It's going to be the Czechs trying to overhaul them. I think they'll do it before the portage. But it's the Italians who are suffering this time. So it's Czechs.
Very fair race from the British team there. Not
Beautifully
struggling
done.
anything.
Great Britain
They're
out
off.
their boat and they're running. It's the Italians this time stuck on the
perfectly.
inside.
Perfect.
It's the
on
Italians
there.
down
Once
just like
again.
Great Britain were on the last portage.
Oh, the rudder is damaged.
The rudder doesn't look well on that Italian boat. I think the rudder's... It's going to be the Czechs in first. It's going to be Czechoslovakia from Great Britain. The Italians on the opposite sides of the boat. They're going to have to sort that out before they get in as well. The Italians are not going to get in the water with the others. And I don't think that their rudder was all that when they came through here.
They need to check that. Hope their team leaders told them.
So Czechoslovakia away, Great Britain away. It's going to be a medal for Great Britain, I'm almost sure. Italians should probably have checked the rudder there, but they're not getting in. They're not getting in with any intent. They know they can't catch that gap. And it's going to be medals for Great Britain and the Czech Republic. Italy are going to get the fourth this time. You could say karma, Stefan, from the portage before, where the Italians did exactly that to Great Britain.
Yes.
Great Britain in charge this time, and the Italians didn't see it coming, and they made a mistake.
Even out.
They should have waited a little bit. They were too eager.
Seems like the rudder is working. Good for them.
So chaos there for the Italians. It's unlucky for them.
The second Spanish team, Massages, on the 7th position.
So it's Hungary first. I've even lost track of where they are on the river now. There they are in the background. But it's the Czech Republic. Look like they're going to take second from Great Britain. They're working hard to close them down, but closing them down is one thing and overtaking is another. We saw that yesterday in the C1, even with Martin Cover and his turn of speed. To get past is so hard at this stage of a race.
But they are doing it very well. The British team is closing the gap, I think, and will be on the washes of Czech into the turn. And here comes the C2. Of course, that's also interesting. We hope the producer are choosing to follow the in sprint of the girls, of course.
So Czech Republic.
Very nicely done of the Brits. They switch side there, trying to be on the outside, not getting squeezed into the final turn.
Italians working hard, been hunted by the Spanish now, but that gap between Great Britain and Italy is too big for them to close.
I think they are in control now. Anna Kosiskova and Lenka Krochova going for the silver medal.
You just can't see Great Britain having the power to overhaul the Czechs now. It's the Hungarians about 100 meters from the finish.
This wonderful couple, Renate Che and Alexandra Bara. You have all the statistics. I've lost track of all the medals that Renate Che and Alexandra Bara have.
I think there's too many to count. My timeline doesn't go back that far, Stefan. But they've won everything there is to win.
Yeah.
European champions today, European champions last year, world champions for the last 2-3 times. European silver medalists, that's a blip in their record. And before that, world champions in Copenhagen and Rome. And that's as far as my timeline goes back. There's more, much more for Renate Che.
Renate Che and Alexandra Bara.
So now, second place, but it's the C2, so the music's coming up for.
The final portage of the C2s in his double Spain.
It's going to be a stressful portage for them. Even the previous portage was stressful.
And in sprint here is Czech Republic securing the silver medals for themselves. Czech Republic is securing the silver medals while
through go the Spanish C2s.
While Sanchez and
Campos and Sanchez have got a 5-length lead
for themselves over the Portage. A lot of things is happening now. Sanchez and Campos are securing the gold medals over the Portage if no mistakes is done. While the Czech Republic are securing the silver medals here on the screen. Silver medal is Czech Republic by Anna Kosaska and Lenka Krochova. And third, Ivan.
Third for Great Britain after so many attempts to see them get a medal. They're going to be so pleased with that, as will the Great Britain team.
Feylamp and Lizzie Broughton.
It's about time the luck went their way. Karma for the Italians, I think. I don't think there'll be any love lost there between the Czechs and Great Britain team for the Italians. Italians got as good as they gave, and we'll go down, get some interviews with the girls in a minute. I'll go down and get those now. Let Stefan finish up with the C2 race, which has got its own excitement. I'll be with you in moments.
And the C2 race is ongoing. It's Campos and Sanchez leading. Campos and Sanchez have a lead of about 3 or 4 boat lengths to Grana and Ferro. The competition is going on there. It's double Spain. It's Sanchez and Campos, and it's Grana and Ferro. And it's Sanchez and Campos that secured, as it seems, secured the gold medals for themselves in the final Portage. Also doing a very, very good last turn there, jumping out of their boat very, very nicely and run over this long Portage and created a gap of 3 or 4 boat lengths to themselves. And I think they have now secured the gold medals. Sanchez and Campos and on the gold medal position, Grana Ferro, Oscar Grana and Ramon Ferro on the silver medal position. Sanchez and Campos that were 5th last year in Bohin after some troubles during the race. They were 3rd in Győr at the World Championships there, while Ferro and Grana had a silver medal on both events just after Hungary, that is finishing 3rd today, Doce and Köve. So this is a revenge for Antonio Campos and Manuel Sanchez. We saw Antonio Campos yesterday showing excellent shape. And that pays, of course, off also in the C2 race. Having done their final turn now with only 300 meters more to go. Manuel Sanchez and Antonio Campos, that will be gold medalists for Spain in this event. Manuel Campos that told me yesterday that they have practiced a lot on this course, learning both the portages, the pontoons, and the bends of the river. And that obviously paid off. Choosing a route very, very close to the bank there to avoid the gusty wind. And now they approach under the bridge, and we can see them from here, and the sharing increases. It's a gold medal for Spain, and it's a silver medal for Spain, and it will be a bronze medal for Hungary. The opposite orders last year. Directly opposite. From Győr, where Sanchez and Campos had a bronze medal, and Grana and Ferro had a silver, and Doce and Köve had a gold medal. But here, approaching the finish line, the European champions in marathon canoeing C2 2016, Manuel Sanchez and Antonio Campos. They are so happy. Antonio Campos winning 2 gold medals on 2 marathon races 2 days in a row. And here is the silver medalists, also from Spain, Oscar Grana and Ramon Ferro. The subcampeones de Europa, says the local commentator here. It's Spanish for silver medalists in the European Championships. Fantastic achievement of these 2 Spanish crews. And bronze medalist is Adam Doce and Marton Köver from Hungary. And it will be really, really interesting to watch these guys competing each other once again in the World Championships in Brandenburg in September. Sorry for missing out on all the finishing athletes. So much is ongoing at the same time when we finish these races in 2 categories at the same time on the course. But a tremendously exciting last couple of minutes, where we saw Renate Che and Alexandra Barra securing another gold medal among themselves in K2. And also Spain securing gold and silver for themselves in the C2 category. Very nice racing this this afternoon, and the late afternoon race will be even more of good racing. Provide even more of good racing when we will see the K2 men on the course. And that race starts 15:45, 3:45, and the broadcast will start 50 minutes prior to that. So stay with us then, and stay with us now for interviews. Ivan has run off to meet the athletes down there at where they depart their boats. So in a couple of minutes we will have interviews with the medalists in both K2 women and C2 men. Great racing, and very, very impressive of Renate Che and Alexandra Barra. We have seen them doing exactly the same many times over the years, but this time I think they were better than ever. Just going for it from the very start of the race, taking the lead after 150 meters or so, and then just went for it. A perfect tactical move in the first turn of them, got rid of the rest of the group of 4, and really made the day for them. So we are ready for interview soon. And the full result list will be up in a couple of minutes on the web page of the European Canoe Marathon Championships, Pontevedra. Very good racing here this morning, in perfect conditions. This event have been held on the Pontevedra River, providing very nice conditions for the athletes. Starting times have been adjusted to the level of the tide. And here is Ivan now, together with the surprisingly the British team.
Stood here with Lizzie
Not
Brown
so
and Faye Lamb, third place.
He knows them well.
I'm going to have to say finally. I mean, for those that are watching, you've got to understand that these two have come fourth. I even lost count myself of how many times they come fourth. Do you know how many times you come fourth?
No idea.
I'll tell you how many. Way too many. So to get a third place here is absolutely fantastic. Did it all go your way today?
No, I had a little slip, few collisions, so no, never goes all your way. I think we sort of knew that there was going to be 3 quick boats, and that we just had to go all out for the first 2 laps to be the 4th in that group. So once we got down to that, it was, I guess straightforward, other than a few bits and pieces here and there.
I mean, we, as commentators, we all have an opinion, and we feared for 4th place, to be fair. We saw the Italians overtake you every time they came down to the turn. They were being fairly aggressive, to put it mildly, on the portages and stuff. You had the fall on the penultimate portage, but then you taught them the meaning of the word karma on the final portage. I thought you played really fair. Was nothing deliberate about that?
No, I was sort of thinking that it's no point in keep burning yourself out or like doing any stupid moves the rest of the race. It's all kind of about that last portage and getting that nailed, and just staying with them for the rest of it, trying to be fair to everyone. So that was kind of my aim, I suppose.
And the Czechs seem to be struggling on the first half of the race in the group. On paper, they're a strong crew, right? They were second in the world last year. They seem to be struggling. Then towards the end, they looked a bit stronger. When did you realise that they were going to be the main contender?
I think, to be fair, from the start, I seem to remember at the Worlds last year they didn't get the greatest start and they just ploughed back through the field. So when they weren't there at sort of in the first lap, I realised they were going to come through. And even though they weren't doing much leading on sort of the middle laps, I think still in the back of our minds we knew when they wanted to take it up, they were pretty quick.
Okay, can you make a promise here and now in front of the TV cameras that we won't have 4th at Brandenburg, please? Promise to your fans.
We'll try our hardest.
Promise.
Promise?
Yeah, promise.
Nice one. Thank you, girls. And I'll interview the Czech girls now. So well done today. Fantastic. You've made a lot of us very happy today. Thank you. Okay. So Anna, second place today. Happy with that?
Absolutely happy because we didn't catch start perfectly, and maybe it was because our last time together in K2 was in gear, and since then I was paddling in the back with Abby Solms in South Africa and then with another girl in Czech Republic. So our first time after almost the whole year was here, but I was confident that our race pace then it's quite strong and we can catch them again. So.
And what do you think you can do about first place? First, that's a lot. Yeah, it's a big gap today. They beat you last year. You need to do something. What are you going to do between now and Brandenburg?
We have to improve our start, so to be more dynamic at the beginning. And to be honest, I was racing last weekend in Moscow, so I had been training only for sprint. And this weekend I raced 2 marathons. So what should I do more? But it was perfect. Yeah.
So will you beat them in Brandenburg?
We will try it. 2014 in Oklahoma we were close. It was just 8 seconds. So yeah.
So everyone watching hopes that you make it a close race, at least in Brandenburg. Well done today. Really appreciate watching you. It's a privilege to watch you. You're always so happy anyway. That's why we all love you. So good luck in your training between now and Brandenburg. Thank you for putting on an entertaining show today. Thank you. Thank you.
We'll see if Ivan can find the C2 paddlers as well for additional interviews. And it would also be very interesting to listen to Alexandra Barra
Which Sanchez
and
came
Renate Che.
Okay, so standing here, Sanchez and Campos, first place in the men's C2 today. Big improvement on last year's result of third place. What have you changed this year? You're so good yesterday, today. What have you changed?
Habéis mejorado mucho el resultado en comparación al año pasado. ¿Qué habéis cambiado para este resultado de ayer y de hoy?
El año pasado en el Mundial de Hungría no nos encontramos muy a gusto en las condiciones del río que tenía, ya que, como dijo ayer, tenía muy poquita agua y este año lo preparamos un poco mejor, los porteos, estuvimos entrenando más tiempo y llegamos un poquito mejor aquí a este campeonato.
As he said yesterday, last year in the World Championships in Hungary, the conditions weren't that good, not much water, the river was a little bit difficult, so they couldn't find any comfort in that river. So this year they are racing at home and they've been training really hard here and the Portage and everything, so this was the place.
It's a fantastic race today from them. Are they going to keep that? Are you going to keep this victory going until Brandenburg? Are you favourites now?
Fue una victoria muy fantástica hoy. Si vais a seguir con este ritmo y para Brandenburgo, ¿vais a ganar?
Bueno, ahora tenemos que preparar la conciencia mundial. Esto era en casa, lo hemos preparado de una manera mimosa. Y bueno, todavía tenemos cartuchos para el mundial porque podemos coincidir más horarios, recoger vacaciones en nuestros empleos y esperamos mejorar las prestaciones de cara a Brandenburgo.
As he said as well, they were playing at home, so they prepared this in a really good way and they were ready for this. And now they are going to start another preparation, the second peak of the year, just thinking in Brandenburg, and they just hope to be at the same level over there.
One more question. You go around with your countrymen, Granat and Ferro, and you do, I think it's 7 laps. So how many laps are you friends for? And when does that change?
Habéis estado todo el recorrido con vuestros compañeros de equipo. ¿Por cuántas vueltas habéis sido amigos y cuándo eso cambia?
Hemos decidido colaborar, ¿no? Así que hemos visto que los húngaros no venían, que eran los principales rivales de todos estos años, y hemos decidido colaborar hasta jugárnosla al final, y en la quinta, sexta vuelta, pues ya, como podemos decir, ya dejamos de ser amigos.
So obviously they decide to collaborate with each other after the start, and then after the 5th lap, they started to not be that friend anymore. So they obviously left it for the final. Yeah.
It's really interesting watching a race like that for the crowd, because you know that that's happening, but it's really interesting to know when the change happens, and it makes it great fun to watch. You know, it's Spain against Hungary, and then at some point it becomes Spain. Congratulations! I hope you repeat the victory in Brandenburg later on the year. Hopefully I'll still have my job and I'll be commentating there too. It's all a bit in the balance, but we hope to be there and we hope to see you there. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
And when Ivan has been interviewing, we have had the start of the men K2. The start of the men K2, and we have plenty of time to go through this start line. Already we have an accident. It is Hungary. It's Adrian Boros and Marton Vesaros that had an accident here in the early stage of the race. That was a very, very interesting and unfortunate accident, because Adrian Boros and Marton Vesaros was one of the favorites of this race. They are struggling to get into the bank, but it is Spain in top. It's Ivan Alonso. It is Spain. Ivan Alonso that is now paddling together with Pina Esteves Diego Pina, a new constellation. Ivan Alonso used to paddle together with Emilio Merchan, and they have many medals together. But now both of them, both these very experienced paddlers, have chosen to paddle together with more young paddlers from Spain. So Ivan Alonso, that didn't have such a good race yesterday. He finished 4, but he pulled out already at the first stages of the race. Had a very unfortunate start, but managed to get in at the 4th position anyway. But today he is filled of the willingness for revenge, and Ivan Alonso is now leading this very interesting group together with Diego Pina. And we will watch 7:15 Adrian Boros and Marton Mesharos from Hungary. Adrian Boros that didn't have such a good race yesterday. He was a little bit disappointed, even if he was a medalist. Last year they were winning. He was winning together with Laszlo Solti, the K2 in Gö. Adrian Boros and Marton Mesharos. It will be very interesting to watch them trying to keep up here. Closing the gap. They lost about 2 minutes on this accident. And here is the start list displayed. And we have already a top group formed. And they are spreading out all over the river now. When they left under the bridge here, it was Ivan Alonso together with Diego Pina, who was leading the pack. Welcome back, Ivan, after the interview session.
So,
it's Belgium. We can see Belgium there far out on the left-hand side. I don't think they are in the top, though. They are struggling there a little bit on the left-hand side. Dries Corum and Bod Coombs from Belgium, but we can see them approaching the top group from the left-hand side there.
I think Corin was ill yesterday during his K1 race. He retired in the end. He wasn't feeling well at all, so surprised to see him out there today. And it looks like they're struggling a bit. They've had to move wide of the group, try and make up some ground or find some clean water. So I missed the start. Stefan, can you give me a quick recap of the main players? Who was fast away from the start?
Yeah, Ivan Alonso and Diego Pina took the initiative immediately. I think that was an experience from Ivan.
He suffered yesterday on the start. Yeah.
He said after the race that he was really disappointed on the start he made, and he didn't repeat that mistakes today. They are doing 29,800 meters. So it's a long race, and we will have plenty of time to go through these groups. But as you said, Ivan, it's a very interesting start line this time. Many of them, of these experienced paddlers that we have seen around for many years, paddling K2 with each other, today have new partners.
Yeah, I mean, all the usual names are there, but it's kind of a mix and match. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of the boats here today are paddling with partners they don't usually paddle with. So it's going to be a learning curve for some of them. I think probably so far on the learning curve front, it's the Hungarians who are on the steepest one. They've already had a swim. Maybe that wouldn't have happened if he'd had his standard partner. So Boros, Meseros, they've got a lot of catching up. But that makes for an interesting race, Stefan. They're going to be moving through the field. So
absolutely.
chasing groups, each time they come through, have the opportunity to move up to a level that they wouldn't normally be at.
Absolutely so. I think the reason that Adrian Boris is now paddling with a new partner is that Laszlo Salto have done quite a lot of sprint racing this year.
But I've been talking to him on the social media, and he is doing the marathons this year as well. So maybe just timing didn't work out for this one, and he will be back. And as one of the most exciting paddlers in the sport at the moment, we're very grateful to have him back. So around the top turn, that could be Portugal. I'm guessing based purely on the colour of the hat. But no, it's Spain, France, Portugal. So both Portuguese crews are in there still. Candy, who would normally paddle with Boulanger, but today he's paddling with Lucas.
And it's a big group. It's 9 boats in the top group. I'm glad I see Sweden there as well. Emil Torstensson and Marcus Andersson.
And yeah, you have to look down that list to 18th place before you get to a Hungarian, Stefan. Who'd have seen that coming?
That's so very unusual. And among these top 10, we also had the very experienced Czech Republic couple, Michael Odvarko and Adam Jakub, who had a silver medal already back in 2011 in Singapore at the World Championships.
So 3 boats away, 2 boats chasing. There's a reward of a huge V-wash if anyone can bridge that gap. The gap seems to be opened a bit, but there's one spare space in that front group, and if someone can make the jump, it would make their day. So it's that top turn that seems to break up these groups. It's such a sharp turn with so little spare room either side, either on the entrance or the exit from the turn, that these big groups can't get round. There's Boros and Meseros. We can't see on our screen the time difference, but they've got a lot of ground to make up. We won't be seeing them in contention, but they're about a minute and a half behind at the moment from the tail enders. And a couple of minutes behind the leaders.
They are 2:15 behind now, and it will be very interesting to watch them over the long journey. 2:15 behind at the first passage. We keep track on that for you.
Now, we've been joined in the commentary box by the biggest cheese of all in European canoeing. It is the man known as Albert Woods. And Albert, we've been here for 4 or 5 days now watching the competitions. We've seen some great performances, obviously. But there's always room for improvement, I think. You're in a position where you can dictate, because they call you the dictator. I didn't know if you knew that. Actually, they don't, Albert. I was making that up. But what would you like to see change? Is there any change you'd like to see?
As far as the competition's concerned, I think they've got a good formula here. I think it's a good course, and I think it's quite fair. We've had some people tied up on the starting net, which is a problem. But in general, I think the competition technically has been run very well, and I haven't found any fault at this point in time.
Well, that means you're still looking for fault then, Albert, if you've only not found it at this point in time. There's the top end of the competition I see has been, well, it is totally world class. I mean, we've got world championship winners right here in front of us now on screen. It's filling up the back end of the races. The numbers have been a bit lower this time. What efforts are we going to make to encourage the smaller teams to come in, make up the numbers and make it more of a spectacle? It's such a good spectacle in Jura last year. The teams can, if they're going to come to one event, they're going to come to the World Championships, but we need to get them to this too. So what can we do?
Well, the biggest problem for most of the teams is the fact that most of the money in the federations goes to the Olympic disciplines, and that's a real problem because a lot of these competitors are paying their own way to come. But I think now we've opened the gates up to juniors and under 23, and now we're trying to populate the C1 women category, which unfortunately we haven't managed at the moment, but we only need 5 countries, 5 federations on the start to make it an official European Championship medal event, and that's the next step. But the rest of it, and of course this year is Olympic year as well, so you're losing some of your field because of that.
Coming back to you, Albert, soon, but now we have the first big group approaching the first turning point. It's no Portage on the first lap, and it is in the lead Spain. It's Ivan Alonso and Diego Pina, who took the initiative already from the start and have kept it, avoiding any mistakes. Ivan Alonso made some yesterday, but now he's in the lead, leading, controlling this big group quite comfortably into the first turn.
Interestingly, on their left is the new Spanish crew to us, really, which we haven't seen before. That's Lorenz and Perez. Now, what do you think's happened? We've got Buzan and Fernandez, who we're used to seeing. They've been world-class and world medalists for so long. And then, of course, Merchan and Sanchez Cobos, who he's bringing on as his protege. So their selection races must be pretty tough.
Yes, they have said many times it's one thing to win a gold medal here at the International Championships. It's as hard to get selected in the Spanish team. So Spain has a really good quality of their marathon athletes. So it's Spain and it's France. We saw the French guys doing very well yesterday at the first couple of laps, and here they are in the big group leading this event also at the first turn today. Also the second Spanish, and then Jacob and Udvarko. They are always trustable long distances.
Always reliable, and they'll be pleased to be in the front group at this stage, because very often at this stage they're already second group and they spend the whole race closing down. So they'll be pleased with that. Boulanger and Urban faded horribly yesterday in the K1, so they need to conserve a bit, and at the moment they're sat on the outside of the group, which isn't the best place for them. So I'm going to put my already jaded reputation of punditry on the line again and say they might not make it. But Alonso looks very relaxed and very safe in that front group.
And if the producer can get the graphics on once again, yeah, there it comes. We also have Germany there. Germany, that's a good move from them. Very seldom we have seen German paddlers in the top group in K2 racing on these championships. Very nicely done. And Portugal is also there, both Portuguese team and Sweden. Nice to have Sweden back in the top group as well.
I think you have to go back to the early 90s with Schur and Stegman before you get a German boat in the lead group of these races.
More or less the same for Sweden. So, yeah.
It's the first time we've seen the Paufler brothers paddle together. Before that, one of the Pauflers has always paddled with Richter, I think. So, new crew, looking like a new result for them as well.
And Albert, you have seen so much canoeing during your days, over 40 years doing this. So, what do you think of the quality, the development of the quality of the sport of long distance paddling?
Yeah, I'm very impressed with it. I mean, once we stop going from A to B and we introduce these circuits where the spectators will see the start, the finish and the portage without moving, it's really good for the spectators to see. Some people feel there are maybe too many portages, but that's a matter of opinion, I suppose. But in general, the sport is really coming on well, and I think we've got some excellent paddlers at the front there. And I like it when there's a big group at the start of a race. It makes it much more enjoyable, especially when they come to their first portage.
Yeah, and this group tends to be bigger and bigger as the quality of the athletes increases. And I agree with you fully. It has been a good movement to implement these short laps. We haven't abandoned the traditional races because it's plenty of them out there all over the world, starting at one point and finishing at another, mirroring the waters of where they are organized. So, and that is in the ICF Classic Marathon World Cup, and it's open for anyone, exactly like in cycling and cross-country ski and running. It's also a good combination.
Yes, I agree. Do you know, during one Olympic Games, an American guy came up to me. He said, "How long is a marathon?" And I said, "Well, you know, you should know that. It's the distance between Marathon and Athens. That's the distance, which is about 26.25 miles."
What always amazes me with that, Albert, is it was the distance from Marathon to Athens, and the first bloke who did it died.
Yes.
So I'm wondering how it ever caught on.
It's because he wasn't canoeing. He was
Right.
he was running.
Yeah, I mean, it seems incredibly popular for a sport that clearly killed 100% of its initial entrance.
Yeah, I think you're so right. And fortunately, he didn't suffer from amnesia, and he managed to give them the message before he died.
So yeah, as long as the
But
message
it was
reached.
warfare. So this isn't warfare. This is about friendship, and that's also amazing. But we had 42 kilometers previously, and it is still 42 kilometers or more on these traditional races, while we have adapted to 2-hour racing time for these events.
I think it's good to hear your view on the laps, Albert, that you like it, and you're coming at it as a spectator. I came at it as a paddler. It wouldn't be the direction I'd have chosen as a paddler. And even up to last year, you saw on the last lap, Alonso and who was with Alonso? Boris. They miscounted the laps, and there was that little bit of confusion. And I'm sure they regret that, because otherwise the winner could well have been different. So I think the paddlers are still at a stage where they're getting used to that. But paddlers, you know, we're not all the brightest, are we? So we'll get used to anything. And I think it is worth hunting down the publicity. I mean, the sport's dead in the water if it hasn't got an outlet to the public. And I think putting this on TV now and having a couple of amateur commentators trying to lift it a little bit, it's the start of something that we could do a whole lot better. You know, more. You saw how good it was with the cameras in Dure. Everyone left that event thinking marathon is as good as anything else out there, and probably better in terms of spectacle. More cameras is more excitement, but more cameras is also more money. And yeah, I mean, I'm gonna pin you down here and now, Albert. When do we get more money to make the publicity better?
That's a real difficult one to answer, but just to
One
come back
answer
on
is
your
when we create more money.
just to come back on your original point, I will tell you that in 1966 I competed in LD, which is now marathon, on the CAM LD race with a chap called John Wesley, and we won it. So I did that. I did marathon before I started in slalom. But the money issue is a difficult one. I mean, we're looking at it now within British Canoeing. We've got a new chief executive, David Joy, and he realises it's an issue, and it's down to money, as we always say. But International Canoe Federation is the only Olympic federation that doesn't have a sponsor. And I think that's indicative of a problem. And it's very difficult to get sponsors these days, but if we latched onto a nice sponsor like EDF that the French have had for many years, then you have the money to do what you want then.
That's good to hear in a lot of ways, but distressing that we're the only federation without a sponsor. You know, we've got a good product here. We've got a good product on the sprint lakes. We've got a good product on the slalom courses. We've got a good product at all the disciplines, from polo to dragon boating, even the whole lot. Surely, yeah, and it's one of the biggest participant sports in the world. Certainly it is in the UK. And it seems strange that we can't sell that product.
Yeah, we just need to put together a good business case on it and go for it, I think. But here they are. At the upper turn once again, and the group has been spread out a little bit, and now after this turn it is four boats together. We will soon have the graphics, hopefully. There it comes. It's Spain, double Spain, and it's double France. double Spain and double France, and then Portugal, Germany, and the Czech Republic, forming the second group now. We're trying to approach the first group once again. It's shifting now, and I don't think the speed is incredibly high. 7 boats fighting to be in the top group.
So who would have thought before the race that you'd have 2 French boats in the first 4? That's a surprise to all of us. Actually, we're standing looking at the back of their coach right now, Pascal Boucherie. Pascal, come over, man. So I've just beckoned Pascal over, and he might give us a bit of information on his French cruise. Thanks to Albert Woods for coming in. He's leaving us now. Pascal, 2 French boats in the first 4. Is that a surprise to you?
One of them take a penalty, 15 seconds. Yeah, next time. I don't know why, but that's race. I don't know with German. Maybe there is a fight, and there will be stop here next time. Oh, yes, it's a good news to have 2 boats in a France.
You were so used to being at the front of races. I mean, that's where you lived, was at the front of a race. That was the only place you knew when I remember you.
Especially in K2.
That's his favourite place, and you look very at home there. Yeah, and so it's great news for you and your team to see them up there.
I don't know.
It's good news for you, and it's good news for the team that today they're there.
Very good news, but
Not the 15-second penalty. If you've got 2 boats in the front 4, when one of them steps out of that 4 because of the penalty, there's room for someone else, and then they have to catch up. And catching up is, you know how hard to catch up. It's hard.
It's very hard. Yeah, it's windy, and there is a little bit current, and when you make the break, it's hard to come back, because there is maybe 7, 8 boats in front, and each boat go out. It's maybe definitely.
What kind of tactical advices have you provided to your athletes today?
Open your mind and be attentive, and take your chance each time. This is a specific race. When we meant take K, it's only there is fight, okay, but it's here you have a long way to go, and you have to be very attentive, and we don't take your if you don't take your food here, you have to take your chance before to take your eat, and it's always like that. You have to be in the situation, open mind, and be attentive.
I mean, Stefan and I are both sitting here nodding. I mean, that is fantastic advice. That is totally what the sport's about. Be attentive, take your chances, conserve your energy where you can, but mostly keep your eyes on what's happening. If you lose concentration, then you're in trouble. Pascal, it's been a real pleasure having you on, and a privilege. I've been beaten by you too many times, so now you have to leave. So great to talk to one of the all-time greats of our sport there. Fantastic opportunity. We took the opportunity, we stood by our tent, and I hope you enjoyed listening to what were great words of wisdom. He's fully understood the concept of marathon. He's moved in from 10K and 1,000 metres. And coming round the corner now is still a group of about 8 boats. Alonso still in charge. Going out to the right there, Romalo and Carvalho, Portugal. Probably a little bit caught for speed. In the blue hat is the French. We'll get numbers and names for you. I'm not sure which crew's got a penalty. We weren't even aware of that, but Pascal as team leader, he was informed. So I'm pretty sure 7-11 nearest us is Boulanger and Urban. I'd say that's top crew. I was wrong about... no, I think I was right about Romalo. So it's Spain, from Spain, France, tucked in the back is French 2, 7-16. That's Lucas and Candy. Candy used to paddle with Boulanger, but it's all changed in the French camp. The Germans at the back, That's Paufler and Paufler. They're just dangling a bit at the moment. And Adam and Ogvarko from the Czech Republic. So I don't know what. So 16 and 17, there's 2 2-minute penalties, so it's the French and the Germans. So 2 from this front group of 6. That is, well,
Jeremy
to be fair,
Candy and
it's
Edwin
tragedy
Edwin
for them.
Lucas will have a penalty here, together with Germany, Marcel Pofler and Sven Pofler. That will be a long, long wait for them.
Too long. Too long.
They don't know that yet, but they will get informed when they approach the Portage here. Penalty for something that happened out there on the court.
So
we don't know what, but and Ivan Alonso
Spain
is taking
from Spain.
initiative, very, very smooth.
Alonso looking too good at the moment.
Yeah.
Boulanger
So
in the blue hat.
controlled.
He's safe.
Yes.
He hasn't got a penalty. It's the second crew there. Candy and Lucas, who are 4th out of the Portage. They've got to take a pause when they get to this end of the Portage. But nobody can make contact with them. They're struggling to communicate with them. And I think, no, the French have been told. They've moved over. Oh, it's desperately sad for them. I really feel for them. This is the longest 15 seconds you can have. The officials had so much trouble. The Germans, I think, should also be stopping. But they're not. Nobody's got to them.
Germany is not stopping.
It's a little bit of chaos. So at least the French come out with the Portuguese, Ramalho and Carvalho. Perhaps they can do something together. The Czechs are there as well, so they might form a following group of 4. In which case they're still in with a shout. Nobody pulled the Germans over. Maybe that was misinformation on our part, but
we'll see how they will deal with that.
The 15 seconds couldn't have gone any better, to be fair, for the French. They've come out in contact with at least 3 other boats. Hungarian
so
crew.
Now we're having a
second Portuguese.
In the top. It's Spain, it's France and Spain. Double Spain and double France still in the top. 10 second. One of the French is gone. So we have an additional crew in the second group, and that is France. 7:16 that had a penalty. Jeremy Candy and Edwin Lucas.
So it must be 3 now in the front group.
We'll soon have the camera view up there.
Sorry, I'm eating my sandwich. Struggling to add into your information there, Stefan.
It's your turn today to munch.
That's the chase group. They've gone round the right because the flow has begun on the river now. They think it's worthwhile. We're still questioning that, aren't we, Stefan? We're not sure of the wisdom of that. But these people are on the water. They know what they're feeling. We only know what we see. I have to say, the roast chicken sandwich is good. In that chase group there, Belgium, Denmark,
Sweden,
Italy. Sorry we didn't give you name checks on them as they came through. We got a little bit excited about the penalties, but we're looking at Belgium, Denmark, Hungary, Portugal, Sweden, Great Britain, Belgium again, and then
we will
the
have
2 Italian crews.
to go through all these teams over the 2 hours of racing, or a little bit more.
7:18. Wilkes and Russell come through. This is a steep learning curve for these boys. Russell did so well in the junior races last year, but the step up to senior. They're just about to be caught, interestingly though, by Boros and Meseros. So they could get a ride back into the main race with those 2. Boros and Meseros have to make steady progress, so they won't be thinking of dropping anyone. So it's going to be interesting for Wilkes and Russell to see if they can make the most of an opportunity.
They've actually lost another 45 seconds on the top group, which is quite natural.
Yeah. So that's the three leaders. Spain, from France. We saw Boulanger yesterday at the front group at this stage. And we also saw Urban, who he's paddling with in the front group. But both faded in the latter stages. Whether they can keep up with the Spanish, only time will tell.
And Ivan Alonso over the Portage, he looked very, very determined today.
Total
really
control.
Fast, totally controlled,
Calm.
but his eyes was really, it was there, the total difference from yesterday.
He lost interest very quickly yesterday, maybe after 2 laps.
Yeah.
He lost interest and then just turned back on at the last Portage, won his group, came 4th, which is on paper a great result, but he was really disappointed with that. And today he's out here to make amends. And at the moment, at least, it looks like a medal's in the bag, but we've all seen changes.
It's a long, long race.
So a big group there making its way under the bridge. As we go up to the top turn. And it's going to be 3 boats arrive. Spain with Alonso and Pina. It's France with Boulanger and Urban. And it's Spain again with Perez and Laurence. So Alonso up to this point has always paddled with Merchan. It's been a little bit of a fallout in that camp. And now he's paddling with one of the sprint athletes, Pina Estevez. And it's looking good for him so far. So here we go, top 3, around the turn. Stefan clearly struggling today on the commentary. He's just ordered the biggest, strongest coffee that Maria can carry. It's going to come in a bucket, I think, a big bucket. She's never let us down to this point. And now everything to play for. Lead group of 3. And it looks like the Spanish were making the French suffer a little there. It's hard to tell under the graphic. But the pace is very, very high. French seem to be clinging on though. Next group of 4. Candy Boulanger after their 15-second penalty. I really feel for them. Carvalho and Romalo of Portugal. Odvalko and Adam from the Czech Republic. And the Paufler brothers from Germany. They're in the hunt, but there's only room for one if they make it to the front group.
siguen los franceses Kenning y Stephanie.
Did the French take their penalty? Yeah. They did. 7-1-6, they did. Not bad. No, they're not bad. In the second group, yeah. So, the French, after their penalty, they were lucky the Portage disrupted the group to such an extent that they came out with 3 other boats.
They lost contact with the top group. They were absolutely within that. So it was a devastating...
It is a devastating blow for them, but it could have turned out worse. They could have been on their own.
Absolutely.
So as we look down the list then, it's Spain, France, that's the front group. Second group, France, Portugal, Czech Republic and Germany. We're still unsure as to whether Germany have got to take a time penalty. We'll try and get confirmation on that for you before they get down here for their next lap. Then it's Portugal, Belgium, and now the graphic's gone, so is my source of information. But for the moment, Spain and France looking comfortable and well clear of the rest of the field. Around the turn there, that's Boros and Meseros, and Wilkes and Russell have got an absolute joyride there. Otherwise they would have been at the back on their own for the whole day. The longer they cling to that, they can make up some ground. You can see a group just in front of them. If they can get back in that group, it's game on again for them. But look, the Spanish at the front are absolutely piling the pressure onto the French. I don't think the French have got an answer to this. Can they stay with the group? Certainly the Spanish have the intention of breaking them. It's going to be tough. We know from yesterday that the Spanish have got better staying power. That gap is looking like, oh my word, that's a painful gap for both crews. The Spanish don't want to press on too much. The French are on their limit there, Stefan. They are absolutely on their limit.
So. As said, Ivan Alonso looked very determined, and now he really set the speed here. Trying to copy what we saw in the latest race, probably. Break free and show who is the real champ here on the river this afternoon.
Again, the Spanish go. The French move wide on the right. I'd say that's a mistake. I want to be on the left side. The waves form better on the side of the leader than they do on the side. So now, luckily for them, the other Spanish crew dropping around the back. The waves will fall better for the French from that. Or maybe even the second Spanish crew is struggling. But Boulanger and Urban, they are seeing the curtain come down on their time in the front group now. The German support crew have just come in. They've asked for a little bit of quiet so they can communicate better with their athletes on the next lap. So maybe there is some information to give to them. But it's Spain and Spain now. France are broken. And for France now, I think it's going to be like a journey of a pinball back down through this field. They're going to be bouncing back through the groups. Opposite us, Germany taking the initiative into the last turn before the portage. French tracking them, Czechs with them, and the Portuguese. But it's Alonso, out and running. Both Spanish crews through for a drink. The French are trying hard to make up the difference. But you can see it's a tantalising 5 or 6 lengths, which at this stage looks an awful lot more to the French guys. They're so close, they're right there. They may even get out with the second Spanish crew. They could have done it. And I think they have. That's amazing. So, through comes the second group. It's all quiet here in the crowd area. There's information to be given, and yes, the Germans have come in for a 15-second penalty. They will not be happy. It seems so harsh at this stage. Chasing group of 4 has been disrupted, and they're on their own. But front group back to 3. We didn't see. I thought that was over for the French, Stefan. I won't include you because you're eating and drinking right now. But the French have done so well. They took advantage of both Spanish crews, taking a pit stop, getting their drinks sorted. I think Alonso will be disappointed to see the French back with them.
Definitely so. He made quite a large attempt to get rid of them just before the Portage there.
The French now, it's going to be 5, maybe even 10 minutes before they clear the waste that they built up through that period. They'll be breathing heavy.
Waste in the muscles. That is lactic acid mostly. Interesting that José Ramalho and Ricardo Carvalho is not within the top group. Ramalho
I'm not sure. I mean, I know that they're kind of best friends, and I think they race because they're best friends, not because necessarily they're that motivated to race. Germans on their own. It's going to be a brave chase if they make it. Italians and second German crew coming through now. So on screen now, they're paddling past the bit where it says turn 3 on your course map. Heading up towards the bridges at the top, sharp right turn, just beyond the beach that you can see. And then up to the top turn, round that. It's very tight up there. That's why the groups are breaking up, especially in the K2 races. And then back here for their third portage.
If Spain manage the group of 3 in a good way up there, they could possibly manage France to be on the outside and then make an effort in that turn.
The relief in that French boat right now must be tremendous.
Yes.
They thought they were gone as well, I'm sure. They couldn't cope with the turn of speed the Spanish had. Through the portage now, Boros, Meseros, and Wilkes and Russell absolutely motivated to stay with them. It's a dream ticket, and they're riding it well. They've already overtaken the Swedes. So, Great Britain on the charge. It couldn't have fallen any better for them. You have to feel for Boros, but at this stage, it's all about a free ride up through the field for Great Britain.
And as we said, it's many paddlers that are doing this race with new partners. One of them is Ivan Alonso. He used to paddle with Emilio Merchan. And they won the K2 in Buchin last year. They also they were third in Oklahoma, and they won in Copenhagen 2013 and won in Rome 2012. So they have Ivan Alonso has a lot of experience in K2, but back then together with Emilio Merchan. And here he is dominating this. Ivan Alonso is here now dominating this race.
And what you find,
what
you find, Stefan, is a good driver. There's a number of back people they can paddle with. A good driver can make the best of whoever they've got. We saw Alonso so classy on the last lap last time. He obviously knows where to position himself, how to get the best out of the boat. And there's probably in Spain 5 or 6 people that you could put behind him and he would still get a very similar result.
Absolutely so, and he might be back in the World Championships also in K2. He had some bad luck in the Spanish selection races here prior to this event, Emilio Merchan. But I think he's quite pleased with his silver medal yesterday.
It's interesting, Stefan. They've got these 2 K2s that are obviously class boats. Then you've got Merchan with Sanchez Cobos, or Cobos Sanchez, I never know which way round. And then you've got the 2 other guys, Buzan and Fernandez. It's 4 boats for 2 places. And
it's amazing.
And any one of those 4 boats can get a medal. And that's tough.
Very much so, and the proof of the greatness of Spanish marathon paddling for the present.
So around the turn, plenty of space left for their compatriots. It's going to be the French who pay. And if things work out in Spanish favour here, the French get pushed out now, where the nose of their boat gets pushed out. They just survived and they'll stay there. A little bit wider for the French, but no, the Spanish are going to give it a shot again. French too quick to see it this time. They've latched on, and I think, just like we saw the Czech girls do in the previous race, now the Spanish aren't going to let them sit in that half V, are they? They are going to work them over. Now, if you're going to work over a crew, you always want them second wash out, which is exactly where the Spanish have put them. Yeah. So if they drop round the back now, you might expect to see the left-hand crew take the lead as soon as they get to the right-hand boat. Or they're just going to sit in the back again. The French are being wise. It's the best thing they can do is just sit in the back. If they make the effort to go up the right.
Pay attention to what is going on, and they are doing that, and they are doing it perfectly well.
I can't remember the last time we saw a French crew up there.
No. We have had a French crew, Boulanger, together with Candy. They finished 4th in Buchin last year, and 5th in Dieu. So they have been there, but not on the medal position. And today Candy is. Lucas is paddling with Boulanger, not with Candy.
You can see in your shot there the group of 3, Odvarco, Carvalho and Candy, and tantalisingly still exactly 15 seconds behind that group is the German pairing of Paufler and Paufler. So these are the leaders. Then there'll be another group of 3 come around the corner shortly, and then the Paufler brothers on their own. They haven't gained and they haven't lost, and it just depends how much effort they've had to put into doing that as to how they'll be feeling right now, whether they're confident or whether hope is gradually fading for them. So there's the three, and there's the Germans. You see how hard the Germans are working. They are absolutely determined to get back in that group. And it looks like they're going to make it, although the camera angles always make it
what
difficult.
a frequency they have. They are doing
they're full on, aren't they?
Yeah,
They are full on.
Doing the last effort.
They look like they're
to get
ducking into the back of the group.
And there they can rest a
And
while.
see when their frequency drops, which is now. So they've made it.
Yeah,
they're there.
When you do such an effort, you have to succeed. There's no other choice. Otherwise, you will.
It's do or
forever.
die. Yeah, it's do or die, and they've done, which is good for them. Now they're going to have to rest at least until they get down to us. They don't want to do anything now.
They need a rest of 3 or 4 minutes or so in a perfect.
Even if they rest for 3 or 4 minutes now, that's still going to pay heavily for that later on in the race. That's a big effort. It's an effort they'd definitely rather not have done. But they did it, and they're back for now. Top turn now, Boros and the Great Britain crew. In fact, it's Boros who's put his paddles down, and it's the big Pete Wilkes taking up the lead now. Everything to play for Chelmsford Canoe Club. The man they know as Big Pete. He's there, and he's handing it to Adrian Boros. So the leaders looking all very relaxed now. Seems the rush is off to get rid of the French at the moment. Bit of relaxation. Looking at the crews coming down. Still looks to me like Alonso is the best of those three. So relaxed. So despite the apparent relaxation, they're still gaining ground on the rest of the field. So don't be thinking it's easy out there.
And after the attempt from Spain to get rid of France, they are now realized that it won't be that easy. So now they are just staying there, all three together.
I spoke to the C2s about when they stopped being friends and when they started being competitors, and it was lap 5 for the C2s. So maybe it'll be about the same in the K2s.
A little bit later, I think. Because
there's an extra lap, of course, in the K2 race, so maybe lap 6. No move to break up the group round the turn. I think there's an acceptance now that the French belong in this group. All round, nice lot of room left for everyone. So it's the new Spanish crew to us of Lons and Perez coming in first. But Alonso out of his boat so nicely. They've got their boat out of the water, good full second before the others. So comfortable. We saw the French run well on the last portage. But this time it's them that's come in for a drink. Drink changeover's gone well for them. They're probably only a length or two down. But if the Spanish get a sniff of a break, I think they'll be going for it again. I don't think the gap's going to be big enough. Spaniards are just getting in now. French Couple of seconds, that's all, but they're in contact with the second Spanish boat
They
into
were
their
very
boat
quick,
so
yeah.
nicely. Very nice from the French.
Quick and easy. And also the right angle of the boat directly after the ponton, which is important, as you can see there.
Perez and Laurent's happy to wait now, as is Alonso. He's in no rush, but not too far behind them. Now back to a group of 4. You have to admire the Germans for closing that 15 seconds down in one lap, or even half a lap.
It's 1 minute, which is quite a good gap.
It's French through first, so it's followed by the Czechs, then the Portuguese, and the Germans. Germans looking a little bit red in the face, but they can be excused for that. French away, Czechs will be next. A little bit of a gap then till Portugal. And the Germans, their arms are going to be a little bit heavy still from the previous effort. But the pace in the front 3, I would say, has dropped a little now.
Yeah, it's just a steady pace now. They have a lead of 1 minute. So I don't think they have tested each other now, and they know that it's not easy to get rid of anyone. Why they will try to rest and save some strength to the final laps.
So Hungary, Belgium, Portugal, and Denmark just through.
What would happen to Sweden? They were within this group.
And they were last through the last Portage, Stefan. Something must have happened because Boros and the Great Britain crew had overtaken them when they were here. And you know that if they overtook them on the water, they would have been with those two.
Absolutely.
So when they overtook, something bad must have been happening to the Swedes. Maybe a boat problem. 2 Italian crews together, having their own personal battle. As they come into the Portage, beautiful exit from the Portage for the first crew. They gained a good margin there. Daniels and Pendle, Great Britain, also in that group. Maybe a little bit disappointed to be back there. The second German crew. The Belgians, Coombs and Corrin. Was always going to be a big ask for Corrin today. He wasn't well after the race yesterday. And I'd be surprised to see him finish front group. Strange formation there for the front group going up the river. And now it's returning back to normal as the Spanish move back in on the French. And out from the Portage. Italy 1, Italy 2. Belgium, seems to be trouble there. Someone on the right hand side of that group with their rudder seems to be struggling with the steering. And through come Great Britain and Hungary. These boys are making their way back up the field. Both crews coming in for drinks. Hungary, 1 drink on, 2 drinks on. Beautifully done from their crew. A little bit of a collision between the supporters. But all done, and these two are going to get in the water together again.
And they all are now halfway into the race, having done an hour racing about, and between 14.4 and 15.5 kilometers out of 29.8. So halfway into the race, it is double Spain and France. 1 minute in the lead to quite a large second group. And here comes the Swedes. As you said, they must have had some problems. They were in the second and third group before. Emil Torstensson and Marcus Andersson, who both did also under 23 racing, finishing in the first half of the group there.
So what sort of incident do you think could I mean, obviously they could have capsized, gone for a swim, but that seems unlikely. Maybe a clash of paddles, maybe it was that. It was a big group they were in.
It was a very, very big group.
Maybe a rudder problem, that can happen sometimes. That's the chase group of 4. Germany, Portugal, Czech Republic, and I can't remember. France. Second French crew.
Yes. It's so easy to get spoiled of these graphics and not keeping track of them.
That's right, we start to rely on it.
Yeah. Here's the full, there was the full list of the race halfway through. There it is. 19 boats.
So Spain, and France, that makes up the first group. Then France, Czech Republic, Portugal, and Germany, that's the second group. I think then Hungary, Belgium, Denmark and Portugal, third group. Then a long way back, another minute, to the 2 Italians and the Germans and Great Britain. Someone on their own there in shot. So the groups have broken up a little.
Nice surroundings of the course.
That's actually the view we're looking out at here from the commentary. 2 trees opposite, buildings behind. It's not the worst place in the world to be, Stefan.
It's great.
It's a bit tough having to follow Boheen on the scenery front though. That was a little bit special.
One of the most beautiful places in Europe, I think, with its clear water in the lake of Boheen.
I don't think anyone left that place without thinking that was a special place.
Exactly.
It was quite extraordinary. Here's nice, but
and it's special as well because the interest of canoeing is so great. Pontevedra organized for many years a very large international K4 race that started in the center of the city and headed towards the ocean, coming back and finished in the center of the city once again. So the interest for canoeing is here, which we have seen also over this weekend. It's everywhere in Spain, a great interest for canoeing. And now the results from the upper turn appears on the screen. We have a little unstable links to the camera up there, but the result system works perfectly well. So it's double Spain, and France is still within that group, and 50 seconds behind is the second group of France, Czech Republic, Portugal, and Germany. It means that they have gained 10 seconds actually.
And it's only 50 seconds back from there to the the third group as well. So things are closing up a little bit, but I think if the need arises, the first group can speed up.
There's the
Looks
first
to be
group.
the French taking the lead at the moment. Spanish just happy to use them to cover some distance.
And their thinking now is just saving strength. I think they are watching behind, seeing that the group behind not gaining any ground on them. And that's good enough for them. They will just try to stay clear from the second group now, saving strength for the in sprint. I don't think we'll see any big efforts until maybe the next last portage or so.
Little change in the formation there. French dip round the back. Spaniards leading again. I think that second group's at least making the effort.
Okay, we got an explanation from one of the Swedish spectators now. The Swedish team were swimming
no way.
in the second turn. But they also went up the boat and continued the race. And that's the way to do it. You're here to paddle and enjoy the paddling. And they learn whatsoever they learn. That's what we have seen this week in May.
I think we've seen more swimmers here than we've seen in a long time. There's been one in every race.
None of them
almost.
have given up.
Nobody's
racing.
given up.
No,
it's,
and that's
it's quite
great.
admirable.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's the way to do it.
So 50 seconds between each of these three groups.
So Hungary was swimming, Boros and his teammate, and Sweden was swimming.
Spaniards, that's the newer boat, or at least to us, they might be well known in Spain, but Perez and Laurence are leading. Alonso and his new partner, Pina Esteves, looking very, very relaxed. And the French on the left-hand side as you look at them. Also, for now at least, happy to be there. So, I'm not sure. It seems to be break up in some of the other groups there. We'll get that information to you as they come past us. Just under the bridge to our right. Through come the other crews. So Spaniards putting the French on the second washout. It's a good move. I'll be very surprised to see this second Spanish crew dip round the back, which they would do if they were friends with the French, but they're not. So the French seem happy to stay where they are for now. I think if they did make the move to drop to the back or round the back, the Spanish would increase the pace somewhat. As they make their way around the bottom turn, no drama, no crisis. Speeding up now, it looks like Alonso's got some intent on this portage. They had the French on the outside, they made them go out wide. It's going to be one Spaniard either side of the pontoon, I think, and they're going to make the effort to break the French here. It's going to be a fast run. Spaniards out, one out, two out, and I think we're going to see Alonso try and make a break here. No, he's coming in for a drink. That surprises me. The other Spaniards are on the move. There's only 3 lengths between them. The French are going to make it back. The Spaniard missed his drink changeover. That's not going to please him at all. Bit of verbal abuse there, I'm thinking. That is not what you need. A little bit of consternation in the Spanish camp. He tried to get the drink over his head and failed. Spaniards in and away. Couple of lengths gap only. Are they going to go for it? They're certainly not hanging about. Come chasing forward. It's going to be tight on the corner. They made it round. We saw accidents in the women's race earlier. That corner's very tight for 3K2s. So Adam and Obvaku head-on shot there. The Palfler brothers behind them. They look to be a little bit jaded now, the Germans. So the Spanish went far right. They're crossing over the river now. The French went left. Spaniards seem to be crossing before them. That's the little bit of difference that back eddy makes behind the bridge. And the gap is a few lengths. It was only 3 lengths when they left, and it's certainly not less now. This could be it for the French. It's a long paddle now on their own if they don't make it back.
Another proof of small mistakes could do to you. They were a little bit disturbed missing this service and lost a couple of balls.
It started beyond that. It started at the turn. Yeah. The Spanish put them on the outside. It was really well done. They put them on the outside, got halfway around the turn where the turn was the steepest. Then Alonso went. The French got pushed out by the tail waves. 2 lengths into the portage, 3 lengths out of the portage, and they caned it. They went straight from the portage out. 1 look behind and they were gone. And the French are going to pay.
Perfect tactical moves. We have seen that quite a lot, both in the women's race and the men's race now, using the turns in a perfect tactical way that these most experienced athletes do.
I think when you get a shot, if we get a shot of the top turn, you can see that it's almost 2 straight lines. It forms an arrowhead. The apex of the turn is the real turn point. And if you get to that and turn very sharp, the people on your outside just can't do that. So it it disadvantages them. Only marginally, 2 lengths tops, but...
Which means that you need to maneuver yourself in a good position before the turn.
Before the turn. You've got to pre-plan. Always pre-plan. Big group running through the portage now. Great Britain, beautiful drinks change there. Belgians, Dries Corrin hanging in there despite his upset yesterday. Pendle and Daniels wisely running to the end of the pontoon. They should get in smoothly and they might even be second away from this. Last in to the get in, second out. That is how you do it. Spot on from those guys. That's a big group. There's a little bit of confusion over who's going to be leading and who's going to be going where. Looks like the Italians are leading. And then in comes Germany 2. That's Walk and Walk. Brother's day out in the German team, Stefan. You can only race in Germany K2s if you paddle with your brother. It's new rules. And here, on their relentless march back up through the field, comes Boros and 3 riders, Wilkes and Russell. Wilkes and Russell did really well to beat some more established paddlers into this team. They were never expected to be up the sharp end of this race, but it's great experience for them.
Boros and Adrian, the opposite. They were expected to be in the top group, I think. And they expected themselves to be there, but they were early swimmers. They swam already after 200 meters or so. and went back in the boat and started their journey. 2 minutes behind. It's really tough to try to keep up with the speed of the best ones, even if you're determined to continue the race. You can see that they are doing well, but they don't put in all the effort it takes when you are in the top group. It's mentally understandable.
Such a different mindset. They came here to do one job, now they've got to do another job. And the adjustment sometimes for some people is too difficult to make. But we've seen people make a really good effort at that this weekend. So they're just about to close down. One more crew just in front of them. So there'll be a group of 3. So there they go in shot. Just trying to work out who that is they're catching. So it's Germany, walk, and they're next to hop on the Boros bus back to the race.
Sweden, another swimmer. They swam after the second lap, which makes it even worse to try to catch up. Steep learning curve for these guys as well. Youngsters, both competing in under 23. Emil Torstensson and Marcus Andersson.
So it's curtains for the French. It's Spain versus Spain. We've already seen it once today in the C2. Now we're seeing it again in the K2. Spanish athletes, I mean, they've stepped it up again, haven't they, Stefan?
Absolutely.
Said Merchan was a step above what he has been yesterday. These guys are walking away with this now, and yeah,
I think
it's
the
tough.
determination from last year in Gör was to be number 1 once again. Hungary was so much dominating the event in Gör, and Spain, of course, want to compete them on that.
You can
position.
see how much of a gap they got on the French. That all came from their positioning on the bottom turn. The French really should have dropped round the back and come up the inside. They didn't do it. They got pushed out wide on the second half of the turn. You can see the shape of the turn there. It's like an arrowhead. It's not a smooth curve. So once you get to that third turn, boy, it's turn as sharp as you can, and anyone on your outside is in a spot of bother.
40 seconds now. The gap is 40 seconds between Spain and France, and then
and only 30.
Yeah.
To the next group.
Yeah, only 30 seconds to the next group, led by
fact,
France.
There is that second group.
France, Portugal, Czech Republic with a very experienced Jakub Otvarko, and then Germany. Germany who had a penalty but managed to get back.
So for Urban and Boulanger, it's been a great ride so far. Now, in about a lap's time probably, not only have they got a group catching them, but they got a group with their countrymen catching them. And you really think you've cracked it. You've done well. And the last person you want to see then is your countryman, who looks over at you when they catch you and go, oh, in a hurry, were you? We'll be catching you up, and we'll now start giving you a hard time.
It's very seldom we see this kind of the kind of team racing that we see in bicycling and sometimes in cross-country skiing here. And I think that's understandable. It's only 2 boats most often from each nation, so they are competing each other, except for when they can help, as the Spanish did
the Spanish,
France in the top group here.
But you say the Spanish help. They're not helping the other crew, they're helping themselves by helping the other crew. So it's still in their benefit. And I think probably the big difference between this and cycling is the money. Yeah, if your team get a result in cycling, it's money all round, and you're paid to do a certain job. And if someone pays you a few £1,000s to do a race, you do what you're told.
And
In here, it's
also-
unilateral
Yeah,
decisions.
and there are quite a few athletes in each team.
Yep.
So, and that also helps to create tactics.
So you can see the French, they're clearly nearer to that second group than they are to the front. And when they get back to that second group, it's the worst nightmare they can have. It's their teammates and it's a 5-boat group, and someone is going to be uncomfortable. Hassel on the turn there. The Belgians probably had their tail nicked by Pendle by the look of it. They've gone wide. That's devastated that group. They'll all reform. But you can see how easy it is to make mistakes on that corner. So Alonso puts his paddles down, opens up what looks like a gel sachet. Knocks that back like an alcoholic in a wine bar and throws away the packet. And the second Spanish K2, I think, looking like they're taking a little bit of strain. Like South Africa and Spain are the two best nations, really, and Hungary. Sorry, obviously, Hungary just I think work on a numbers game. But in South Africa and Spain, the marathon side of canoeing is massive, and it's as popular, more popular than the sprint side even, and that shows when you get to events like these. To be at the top of marathon racing in those countries means you are at the top of the world. Yeah, absolutely. Everything. So, while we watch these guys go around the turn, French crew, Boulanger and Urban, are going to be caught about at the bottom turn, it looks like, by the big chasing group. And that's not what they need. They don't need to be introduced immediately into a fight for the portage. But that's what's going to happen to them. Meanwhile, simple stuff. Just the basics as the Spanish run through. Just a jog through the portage for these guys this time. There's Boulanger and Urban, and there's the chasing pack right on the turn. Not only is it right on the turn, but now they've got the portage as well. And if there's one place you didn't want to be caught up, it's exactly where they've just been caught up. They'll be introduced directly into chaos, and if it's going to go wrong for them, it will go wrong now. So away go the Spanish. No stress, no fuss. And the Portuguese, it's the Czech Republic who've been pushed wide on this turn. Portuguese coming in, quite a steep angle. All safe. A little bit of a delay for 7.16 there. It's the second French crew of Lucas and Candy. A little bit of miscommunication coming into the drinks lane for the Portuguese. So the French through. Danes coming in, two Danish crew and Hungarian at this end of the portage. And then they're away. It looks to me like the Germans are the ones who could make that fifth boat. French that were at the front, a fourth. But it could soon be a group of 7. Corin and Combs, they're on their own now. Well, they've got Peters down as their Belgian crew there.
The gap is now 1 minute 16.
I think at the end of this lap, Stefan, it's lap 6 now. Group of 3 there, that's Boros. The Boros bus now has 2 passengers. A little flurry into the portage for this group of 5. Italy, Great Britain, Portugal. I can't work out who's suffering in 5th there. Italians in no rush though. They're just going to stand there, empty out. 2 boats away. Great Britain next up the ramp. I can't believe the Portuguese are actually putting a bit of tape on the front of the boat. That's never going to dry in time for a bit of tape. Surely. Another bit of tape. 2 bits will do it, guys. Right in front of us, the Portuguese are. I just can't believe that any tape's going to stay on. They've obviously had damage to the front of their boat. Presumably water's coming in, so they wouldn't be worried about it. But it's hard to see how a bit of packing tape is going to save the day.
If they manage to get it on dry, it might save the day for them. But
The boat would have to be dry though.
Yeah.
It's so hard to dry something in a hurry like that. Here goes the Belgians and chased by the Portuguese. Belgians, it looks like they've missed the group. So it's 2 Italians. Great Britain made the break away from Portugal and Belgium. So the Portuguese, for that little episode, they brought in their best paddler they've got to put that tape on. So Pimenta, who won the 5K last weekend and the 1,000 metres, When you need a man to put sticky tape on a boat, the best man for the job is the fastest paddler you've got, and they brought him in specially.
One of the fastest.
Now he's having photo opportunities. Photo opportunities with a bunch of Spanish girls. They're your privileges when you can go that fast. Oh, a little bit of a collision there on the Portage. I think that was the Hungarians and the Germans. Case of the support crew getting in the way. So, away goes Great Britain. Away goes Boros, and away go the Germans. And it looks to me like the Boros bus has stopped making progress through the field now. But
the gap to the next group is too big. They'll probably
still
stay together now and do.
I think it's just a journey to the end for them. Yeah. Belgians separated from their group there. I think it's the Portuguese ahead of them on their own.
No, we weren't right on that. Hungary is going quite fast out from this Portage, and the others have to struggle a bit to keep up with them. Maybe they are doing what they can to get a good training session here today.
There they go. But up at the top turn, it's the Spain twins.
Top turn, having done 23 kilometers, six more kilometers to do. So it's one big lap and a half to go, and then the short lap. The second group seems to have spread out a bit. It's not a distinctive group anymore. So the race for the bronze medal has started there. Interesting to see who is trying to.
Second group is well strung out, Stefan. It's not a nice tidy shape.
It's Denmark that is splitting up there. Denmark and Czech Republic. Mats Pedersen, Nikolai Morke that we saw doing so good in the men under 23 race the other day here. They are leading that pack now and increasing the speed heading for.
Somebody's going for it there.
Yeah, it's Denmark, I think. Denmark is going for it now. The other has difficulties to keep on. Denmark, where did they come from?
I don't think we've mentioned them through the whole race, have we, Stefan?
No, yeah,
so either that's an error on our part.
They were far below there in the group, end of the group at the Portage.
I think there was the group of 4 that had caught the 5.
Yes.
The 5th person, and then Denmark with the next 2 boats together coming through the Portage.
Yes, exactly so.
So one of them's caught up, and not only caught up, they're now doing the damage.
Denmark
so that's Peterson and Mork, I think. So they dominated in the under 23s. And we saw Peterson a year ago in Boheen.
They are just heading for it now.
We saw him do this on the last lap in Boheen, finally get back in control of his group.
Very surprising. Denmark is splitting up the second group now. I wonder if the Danish team leaders are aware of this. They used to be seen when Denmark when Denmark is doing well. Torsten, where are you?
We'll keep an eye out for the Danish fan club and see if they're as aware of what's happened as we are. Carsten. They're just out of earshot there. Gave it my best shot to make communication with them, see if they knew. But here's the scene looking up the river. It's Denmark. They look like they might have the Czech Republic with them, but it's only those two boats now. Portugal with the two yellow hats on. They're struggling, and I think it's France to their right.
Same development as previously. France are really good at the early stages of the race and are now falling back a little bit. Denmark the opposite. And Czech Republic, the very experienced Adam and Jakub seems to be keeping up with them.
It looks to me like that's split to 2, 2 and 3.
Watch the
No,
speed
2, 2 and 2
Denmark
rather.
is really going for it still. They have done a long effort now.
The group behind's even put their paddles down for a moment. They've given up the chase. Portugal could take it on.
Portugal
Little
is
look
taking it
across.
on. Ramalho can never give up a chase. It's in his DNA, I think.
But and finally Denmark put their paddles down. The Czechs surely have to do their bit now.
And
there they go.
They need to do it well, and they do. They do. They see the opportunities ahead of them now. If they can continue Denmark's effort, it will be just the two of them fighting for the bronze medal here at the final stages of the race.
I think that's a considerable gap they've got over the two behind them, Stefan.
Absolutely.
I think almost.
And they will help each
they're
other
closing
now,
down
and
the front two by the
yeah,
look of it.
Absolutely. They are closing the gap to Spain in front as well. I don't think Spain has discovered this yet.
Spain's not aware of what's happening behind them at all. I don't think they'll be really that fazed by it. They've got spare capacity.
Absolutely so.
Certainly Alonso. They'll see them when they come around the bottom turn, which is about 3 minutes away. But what a charge from Denmark.
And it's Czech Republic and he seems very cool.
Stefan's just going to speak to
Danish
Carsten Scales.
Any comment?
No, I hope they're going to get well at the last two.
Looks very, very positive. Did you plan this? You're doing a very, very good final stage of the race.
No, we didn't plan anything because it's the first time they're together in the same boat.
So it's the first time together in the same boat. So you're doing the proper Danish tactics. Never plan anything. Looking for opportunities.
Always.
Always. Thanks, Torsten.
There's clearly a bit of history between Denmark and Sweden in that interview there. But the gap is still quite big between the first and second group. It's too big to close. But Denmark now piling on again. As Spain go around the bottom turn, Denmark are full on, stretching the lead between them and France and Portugal. One big lap to go.
And the final short lap. And here comes outside our commentary position now, Denmark, first time in the same boat, together with a very, very experienced Odvarko Jakub from Czech Republic. Into the Portage then.
Spain. Really tidy.
Very tidy, but a slight mistake there from
the
the
second
front paddler
group.
in the second boat. Created a small gap for Ivan Alonso.
The guy in the back of Alonso's boat runs like a sprinter with a boat. He is not used to carrying a boat. It doesn't look right somehow. but Alonso's looking after him well, getting him in all the right positions, and they may even fancy their chances of a little break here.
Into the Portage, Denmark.
I think the Danes could get away from the Czechs here if they run well. Maybe not, maybe not. So through go Denmark. They've got about only a length clear between the two boats at the moment. Czechs get a new set of drinks.
From Thomas Jacek.
In come the French, and it's not Boulanger, and it's not Urban, it's Candy.
And Lucas.
And Lucas.
The guys that got a penalty in the early stage of the race.
So there goes Denmark. They're third at the moment.
And it's down to 40 seconds now, a little bit more than 40 seconds to the top group. They have really gained 20 seconds, setting this speed, splitting the second group.
We said when Boulanger fell off that front group, he'd go back through the field like a pinball, and he has. They're not through the portage yet. French crew that did so well in the early stages.
Speed is a little bit higher now in the top group. I think they discovered that the guys behind them are closing.
I think 40 seconds is still too much to close with only one big lap.
Absolutely, absolutely. But they were feeling so safe. But now they, in the turn here, they discovered the distance was not as big as it had been previously.
So, Spain and Spain at the front as they have been all the way. Now a distinct group of two chasing them. It's Odvardko and it's Mork. So Mork paddling with Peterson. It was so good in the under-23 race earlier this weekend. Well, both of those guys from the under-23s, they were both good.
And as you can see, everyone is now taking the road across the river, going to the left-hand side, exactly as yesterday. Because the time is running out.
So, Boulanger and Urban cutting a sorry sight, running across the front of us. They've put their boat down. It's game over for them. He's shot. Urban wasn't up to the distance yesterday, and you couldn't see it changing for today. And that's them in shot there. Brave effort from them. Looks like cramps for Urban. He's in all sorts of trouble. And there, for them, the war is over.
At least the war on their own tired muscles.
Actually, it looks a little bit more serious than just a bit of tiredness. Urban is in a lot of trouble.
He's totally exhausted. He's laying on the ground here, getting help from his teammates.
There's calls for a first aider for him. They're trying to get him some cool drink. They've tipped some water over him.
It's quite hot out there now. It's about 30 centigrade.
And he is getting an awful lot of attention. We hope he's okay over there. They're sitting him up. He's standing now.
Can easily suffer from dehydration in such conditions that it is today. And it's not only to drink a lot, you must drink the right liquid as well. If it's too much sugar in it, or you will suffer from dehydration as well, because the body can't take it. So it's a lot to think of in these warm conditions.
It's never nice to see any of the guys in that sort of distress. So the group you saw there was the two Italians, Great Britain and the Belgians. They're together as a four, leaving the Portage. Portugal coming through now.
Soon we'll
There
have
you
the
go,
top.
the Czechs and the Danes still rating extremely high up to that top bridge. They're still going for it. The Danes want to break the Czechs, but those Czechs are not hard people, not easy people to break. They're tough men. You often see them doing better on the second half than the first. And chasing them down behind is just one crew.
I think it's Portugal.
No, Portugal had the yellow hats on.
Yeah, exactly.
I can't believe it. The French are going to carry on.
Yeah, they are carrying on.
Just in time for the Boros bus. Great Britain in a spot bother. They're getting their rudder bent down. They need to get out of this Portage in contact with the Hungarians.
Quite brave of France. Stopping here, getting some getting
Brave,
some drinks.
maybe not the wisest move, Stefan. You saw the trouble he was in.
Yes.
What's to gain
But
now?
it's brave. At least.
It's brave for a gazelle to have a picnic in a lion park, Stefan. It doesn't mean it's the right thing to do. Great Britain support crew praising themselves up for a cool change over there. Good bit of rudder bending from Keith Moore. There's no praise quite as valuable as self-praise. So, last top turn. Still no change. Still no real sign of anyone wanting to do any damage to anyone else.
They've been racing for 1 hour 49.
They can see the chase group there.
Now, 1 hour 49 minutes and 42 seconds.
They see the Danes. The Danes are on the march.
They are 28 kilometers into the race. Very interesting fight for the gold medal and also for the bronze medal.
I think the fight for the bronze is almost more exciting. I think Alonso's got everything under control up the front end. But this, with the Danes and the Czechs, I think that's a really exciting race.
Newcomers towards experienced.
Yep. Certainly two opposites there. Danes have put their paddles down. Czechs are going to take over, and they're keeping the speed high. The Czechs are going to be tidy through the Portage, I think.
46 seconds still. Same gap as previously. Sweden, who took a swim halfway. And it's France that is alone there behind Denmark and Czech.
France on their own. That's Candy and Lucas. Having been behind their compatriots for the whole of the first half of the race, they finally caught them and overhauled them. So tension builds in both these boats. Alonso looks to be paddling with the confidence of a man who thinks he's got this under control. I'm really interested in that second group. We saw Peterson in the under-23 make a crucial error on his last portage that cost him the race, I think, in that under-23 K1. He'll be very aware of that. He won't want to do it again. But he's up against the experience of Adam and Advarco, who between them must be closing in on their 5 millionth portage by now. They've been around for longer than the Eiffel Tower. And the Danes are making a move back there. They're making a move to break them now. Czechs don't seem to have enough stroke rate to be keeping up.
Czech
I think they might be broken.
Their drinks just slightly and off were the Danes. They're really going for it tough now.
No, they're still there.
Yeah, I
they're
think
still there.
Yeah.
But the Danes saw an opportunity. They tried to take it.
They're searching for opportunities all the time now, the Danes. Very brave Vikings.
I can almost hear the horns
cheering them up.
They're coming over the ocean.
Coming over the ocean for bronze.
to pillage the Czechoslovakian churches. History repeats itself. It was Lindisfarne back in the day when they first came over. Now they're taking on Czechoslovakia. World domination from the Vikings.
Swedish tradition in the eastwards.
But here comes Spain. Let's get back to work here, Stefan. Your flippancy sometimes is a problem to contain. We need to get back on the job. We're only a phone call away from a sacking here. You know that, don't you?
300 meters to go to the final portage, and it's Spain, it's double Spain, and it is Ivan Alonso that is leading his boat to the initiative into
leading at pretty good speed as well.
Portage. Ivan Alonso and Diego Pina holding the initiative into this portage to the last
as they
turn down here and into the portage.
As they close in on that turn, it really doesn't look like the second crew's got any intention of challenging them for the turn. And I don't think you can rely on a portage to overtake Alonso, even though his backman does run a bit like a sprinter. It looks very tame.
Tension is building up now.
It's a big
crowd
looks
cheering
tame.
them on. Double Spain in the European Championships, the final stages of these European Championships. Double Spain in men's K2. Just 1,000 meters more to go. Ivan Alonso and Diego Pina.
Just looks too controlled to me. It looks like they might have already decided how this race is going to pan out.
Yeah.
Alonso out, no rush, no stress. And I think between them they know who's got this.
Yeah. Ivan Alonso looking at the crowd, smiling, waving. He looks so confident.
I tell you, I think everyone in that race knows what's going to happen from here in. There was no attempt from the second crew to change anything coming into that portage. I think at this stage they feel like they're lucky to be there. Away they go. Alonso in first. Very hard to see how anyone could overtake him now. In come Denmark. They look like they're in control of this second part of the race. out first. Backman way too quick to take the boat out of the water. Could have been an incident, but they got away with it. Peterson running well.
Czech team also running.
The Czechs look to be in trouble. There's grimacing on the face. The Danes look like they've got a good few lengths there. So there's the winners, I think. Surely I can't be wrong 2 years in a row. Through come the French.
And out from Portage, Denmark has they have 4 boat lengths now, 4 boat lengths. So I think they have secured a bronze medal for Denmark. Coming from nowhere, pushing themselves through the lines, and now they are Denmark. Morke and Petersen securing a bronze medal for themselves.
So, as it panned out, the race was kind of decided at the Portage. Alonso never looked troubled.
He ran with the same confidence in the last Portage as in the first.
Yep.
Just smiling, just enjoying life.
Didn't look phased at all. Pretty much a lap of honour now for these two. There go the Danes. Big up for them. They've done incredibly well to come through the field. They took on that whole group of 5 that were ahead of them, and they won. There's the Czechs. They've been broken. So it's Spain from Spain. Denmark, unfortunate. They're going to come around the top turn behind the group of 4 that you can see coming down. Right, it's lap of honour time for Alonso.
Having a troublesome day yesterday, now Ivan Alonso is doing what he's longing for. Winning the gold medal in the European Championships once again.
So just sit back, let you enjoy this. Superb demonstration from Alonso and his new partner, whose introduction to marathon racing is a win at the European Championships, Pina Estevez. If you're going to have your first race at European Championships, you pick a driver as good as Alonso and you do what you're told. No problems at all.
Stopping 100 meters before the finish line here, waving to the crowd. So happy.
It's going to be such a relief to him after yesterday's result, Stefan. He wasn't
Ivan
happy
Alonso,
after yesterday.
Diego Pina, European champions 2016 on their home turf, Pontevedra, Spain. And second is Luis Perez and Miguel Lorenz, also Spain as well. Very, very happy. Double victory for Spain, both in men C2 and men K2.
See a reaction from that second crew there that shows you that they weren't expecting that result necessarily. It's a result they would have hoped for but never guaranteed, and they are so pleased. But for me, almost the boat of the race here coming in. Peterson and Mork, they came from nowhere, strong throughout, and they're going to take 3rd place.
Yeah, Nicola Mørke and Mats Brandt Pedersen from Denmark. So happy also them, the Danish Vikings winning another bronze for Denmark.
That is a good result for them. Phenomenal
very good
performance. So Stefan's headed up. He's going to go and get an interview, hopefully with Peterson, because he, for me, was man of the match. Czechs through now. They did well to come fourth. The French, Candy and Lucas, held on to 5th place. They overhauled their teammates who did so well in the early stages. Congratulations all round for these guys. It was a tough day out there today. It was a hot day. Finishing next, Hungarian crew. What would have started out as the second Hungarian crew, but they're first across the line, is Mezeros and Aranyosi. And they're followed closely by 717. The Paufler brothers from Germany. They had a good day of it. They were up in the front group for a while. It's a long time since we've seen German K2 up in the front group. There's been some big changes here this weekend. They're going to be followed home by the other German brothers. Walk and Walk. Oh no, maybe they've got another. No, they've got a whole short lap to do still. My mistake. They're going to be followed home by Carvalho and Romalo. Romalo so impressive yesterday, and such a popular winner too. Today, I don't think he was ever expecting the same result. It's a training run for them. Now it's a bit of a break till the next finisher. Great race to finish on. Not quite the drama we saw in Jura last year for the final sprint finish, but equally impressive. Belgians there. Corinne, Coombs. Lonely finish for them. So there's a view up to the final turn, just running across your screen there. It's the Walk brothers from Germany. And the last of the finishes to be fought, this group of 3, is Italy, Great Britain, Pendle and Daniels. It's the last little flurry of excitement we're going to have today. After that, it's all individuals. Looks like Italy in control. So the 2 Italian crews, Urbani and Maran, Vincenzi and Bonassini, and Great Britain hanging in there. Sprint finish is Andy Daniels' strong point. Looks like they can overhaul both the Italians here. Straight past. They'd rather it was in a group higher placed, but they've made their point. Great finish from Pendle and Daniels. Italians, Marin and Urbani get the better of Bonassini and Vincenzi. And as they finish, the tail end of Sweden, Torstensson and Anderson up through the portage for the last time. Next finisher, Adrian Boros. Brave finish for him. I'm sure he didn't enjoy his day out there. Wasn't what he came here for, but things changed so quickly, and for them it changed within 30 seconds of starting. They took an early swim. A few crews grateful to them for pulling them up through the field. Portugal next to finish. Just waiting for Stefan to get hold of the winners, medalists, for an interview. Portugal across the line now. It's Martins and Lacerda from Portugal. Next to finish from Chelmsford Canoe Club in Great Britain, it's be Wilkes and Russell. First year out of junior for James Russell. And that was a baptism of fire for these two. But they did well. They hung in there with Adrian Boros as he came through. Only fell off in the last lap. It's been a long journey for them, but it's the start of an even longer journey. I'm sure they'll be back in the team at some stage. Done well and they worked hard. I think just 2 more crews out on the course, not even in sight yet, so talk amongst yourselves for a bit and I'll just inform you when they come through if Stefan hasn't got the interviews going by then.
Two Danish Vikings. Congratulations, Mats Pedersen and Nikolaj Morke.
Thank you. Thank you.
It was a very brave move you did, just 1.5 lap from the finish. Just pulling away. Did you plan that from the start?
No, it was our first time in K2, but after the start we saw, okay, we are not so good in the sprints, so we would like to do the endurance, so we just kept going when we caught the second group, and it worked out quite well.
You stay there in the dark, in the darkness, no one really recognized that you were in the group. You stay together there with the others, and then finally you decided to go.
Yeah, it was like after 20 kilometers we could just keep on going, and every time we kept up in the front, everyone was like, you couldn't hear them, it was really, really hard. And yeah, we made a move thing, one of the turns, and everyone just blew up.
Everyone just blew up, and you tried and tried also on the long leg down to the final portage to contest the Czechs.
Yeah, I would like to stay in the front, so we had control of them, and it was possible to keep them back when they tried to go past us, and that worked out, so we are really happy.
You looked really experienced, using proper marathon tactics into the final portage. We didn't expect that. You're both very young and haven't done as many years of senior marathon paddling, but you will continue.
Yeah, I hope so. I think we'll go for it again at the World Championships and see how it works out there.
So from which clubs are you in Denmark?
I'm from Silkeborg, where there's a lot of good paddlers, both in marathon and in sprint.
Yeah, I've been from Vejle and now moved. I always trained alone, and now I have a group. He's also in Copenhagen now, so I've moved a lot over the last year. And yeah, it's great.
It will be very interesting to see you in Brandenburg. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Silver medalist Louis Pire and Miguel Lorenz. Congratulations, guys.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Did you plan the race this way and work together, both the Spanish crews?
¿Habéis planeado la regata así desde el principio? ¿Lo teníais ya planeado de antes?
Yes, we talk with us before the race, but in the race we race together. Very happy with the race. We are classification to the World Champions. I'm very happy. We are very younger paddlers and happy. It's for all people and he are here for watching us and party tonight.
Party tonight, also for you.
Yes, sí, muy contento, la verdad. No contábamos en principio con esa posición y de mano salimos muy bien y ya nos entendimos con Iván y Diego Piña y muy contentos. Ahora a disfrutarlo.
They are really happy. They didn't count with this position beforehand. They didn't expect that easy race at the beginning. Obviously, they were talking before the race if the conditions were okay to help each other, and the conditions were optimus.
Very well done and congratulations once again. See you back in Brandenburg.
Can we have the K2
Thanks.
Please, K2 ladies.
We'll see if we can. Get hold of the winners as well. They seem to have disappeared to doping control, but it has been a tremendously good European Championships. So, Ivan, I think you can finalize this now.
Okay, so that's the scene now as they get underway with the medal presentations. It's been another great weekend's racing here in Spain. Next time we all meet up will be in Brandenburg for the World Championships. I'm sure we'll see many of the same faces there. Stefan now interviewing the winners.
So, Diego Piña and Ivan Alonso, congratulations.
Thanks.
It was a very impressive race. You looked very confident already in the first portage.
Fue una carrera muy buena y parecía que estabais con mucha confianza desde el principio, desde el primer porteo.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, que hemos hecho un trabajo muy bueno y yo creo que veníamos con las cosas muy claras. Ayer la verdad que me quedé con mucha rabia del K1 y eso también ayudó un poco a conseguir el resultado de hoy.
They work really hard beforehand as well, and they had everything really clear in their mind. And because of the result of yesterday for him, a 4th place, probably this helped to win today.
I could see that in your eyes in the first Portage.
Podía ver eso en tu mirada en el primer Portage.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, ya ayer me marché para casa con una pequeña decepción, ¿no? Pero bueno, como digo, a veces hay que dar un paso para atrás para luego volver a dar 2 hacia adelante, y yo creo que hoy se ha demostrado.
And first time paddling in international race with Ivan Alonso, how was that?
La primera vez que has
Sí.
competido con Iván Alonso internacionalmente, ¿cómo ha sido?
Para mí una buena experiencia para aprender. Me he nutrido mucho de la experiencia de Iván y para mí es un honor ganar con él.
It's been an honor to win with him. He has to improve and learn still a lot, but he's learning loads from Ivan because of his experience, obviously.
And you will obviously be back in Brandenburg.
Sí, la verdad que bueno, a ver, vamos a intentar hacer un buen trabajo ahora de cara al Mundial, y sobre todo lo que tenemos son muchas ganas, y hoy creo que demostramos las ganas que hay, el buen trabajo que hacemos. Esperemos llegar bien allí.
They are really looking forward for that. They are training hard. They are going to start training hard for the next big event, which is the Brandenburgo. And they has just shown how strong they are, and they are really looking forward.
So are we. Thanks a lot and congratulations, guys.
Thanks.
Thank you.
And this finalizes our broadcast from the European Championships in Pontevedra 2016. We have seen great achievements and a wonderful organization and a very good conditions for marathon canoeing here in Pontevedra, and we hope to be back, and we will certainly be back enjoying marathon canoeing first in the World Cup in Vila Verde, Portugal, in the end of July, and then for the World Championships in Brandenburg in Germany in mid-September. Thank you for watching and listening, and please be back.
So I'm not sure if I'm back up or not, but if I am, hello. And Stefan, I think, has finished all the interviews now. So as I was saying before, he rudely interrupted me. Let's see you all again in Brandenburg for the World Championships. It's been a great weekend's racing here. I hope you've enjoyed it. I hope we've given you at least some relevant information through the weekend. And please feel free to give any feedback to the Marathon Euros Facebook page or to my own personal Facebook page, Ivan Lawler. And we look forward to improving our offering to you next time we all meet. Thanks very much for listening. Signing off for now.
Paddling in the pool of water at the other boats. You must always just look at the space in front of you. That's Kisley laying down the law. Here comes Kova. It's Kova, he's taking Campos on. Stroke by stroke, he's going past him. And he's gone past him like he's standing still.
What a race! What a race!
God, be calm, get in. Be calm, be calm, be calm. The Hungarians are away.
The South Africans are
South
away,
Africa
side
are
by
away.
side.
But it's Hungary. Hungary take the initiative.
Wow!
Oh,
What a race! What a
I
race!
cannot believe Look at that, just a mass of quality paddlage. See collision in the background.
World champ.
Look
Anna
at that.
Kosinskova from
That's going to
Czech
be
Republic.
That's going to be tears. It's going to be laughing.
Yeah.
She can't believe it.
She's so happy.